Hi, Tuki. Happy Saturday. You doing good? You had a great festive day? I don't know. Days? Depending on how many days you were being festive for. Maybe we're still being festive. I have no idea. I don't know. Hi, Rookie. Zoki, not Rookie. Hello. It is freezing here as well. It is pretty cold. Pretty cold. Okay, I think I've got both chats running. Faster than usual today. This is loud. Is it louder than me? Probably. I hope you're doing good. Hi Alex, how's it going? Thank you so much for that message, by the way. It made me feel good. Okay. Thank you. Yes. I've installed it and everything. I paid for PlayStation Plus because it's free on Plus. So I have to play this month. Otherwise, if the PlayStation Plus runs out, that's it. So I have to play it before it runs out. Otherwise, I'm going to be playing again. I mean, I guess I could always just, I could just play what's it called? Night Rain, make the most out of the subscription that I have, but yeah, I can only play with PlayStation Plus. Hi Matthew, how's it going? Welcome in. Right, so it is Saturday and I only just realized, I didn't realize it was Saturday until like a couple of hours ago. I wasn't sure what day it was, to be honest. I had no clue what day it was. Yeah, let's play some games. Right, so this has been playing after a couple of seconds. Is my camera in the right place? Oh, it feels, yeah. Okay. What did you eat? I didn't eat anything. Actually, pizza. I had pizza. So, yeah. Like, Boxing Day is really our Christmas, to be honest. Boxing Day, my sister brought loads of food. I could have had food, but I just couldn't be bothered, honestly. I just bought pizza for me and my mom, and that was it. Yeah. And it was shit in pizza as well, because it was the only place I was hoping it was Papa John's. I'm sorry. It's not like my first choice. Like, it's not the kind of pizza I would usually eat, but yeah, it was the only place open. Like, even like I wanted coffee and I had to like settle for the worst type of coffee ever because everything was closed. Actually, we're quite surprised that Papa John's was open, so it was either that or just eat rice. She was like, oh yeah, I cooked in the morning. I was like, fine, whatever. If it wasn't open, it would have just been like another day, really. Didn't really do anything. Anyway, I hope yours was more eventful than mine was. What'd you get up to? I need a drink. 1 sec. Yeah. Ooh, right. I was hoping that video would play again, and then we can, because I haven't seen it. I've only seen it like pop out after I've been out. I guess I could start TikTok now. Yeah, right. Bloodborne. And I'm noticing the resolution is kind of weird as well. Hi, Adam. And just hung out eating food. Nice. I finally watched the Diddy documentary as well. It was quite interesting. I guess I was expecting him to be like completely roasted, but it wasn't that. It was like it was a proper documentary. It was really good. Really? Do you still intend on playing it though? That's what I've been holding up for so long as well, hoping maybe they will up the resolution at some point, but I guess it's never gonna happen. Let me know if the audio levels are good, by the way. I don't know what, it feels like my voice is just like getting lower and lower the longer I do these live streams. If they put it on PC, right. Okay. That's fair. Damn. Damn, really? The animation doesn't look that bad, you know? Well, like, obviously this is not actual gameplay, so... Ooh. TikTok is going to completely shut down the stream. Oh, wow. Seems to be too gory. Right, Alex? I was like, whoa, 3 people saying it's their favorite game. Thank you, Amy. It's kind of dark. I don't know. Should I turn off this? Yeah, that might be better, but then it looks like I'm in the dark now. Because it's completely, taking over my screen. It's like the overhead screen light. Sheesh. Okay. So there's co-op as well. Perfect. Yeah, let's up that. First thing I want to get is a lantern, if there is one. Hi, George. Don't know. I guess I can mess about with it and see if I like it or not later on.
Pale blood.
Oh, another road trip?
Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin?
Oh, he's in a wheelchair. Oh.
Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Oh, you can create a character, okay. But I can't see the character's face. Oh, enjoy George. Changing gender will reset setting. Yeah. Oh lord. Violent past, professional, military veteran, nobles. Do any of these matter though? Or is it like the start of Elden Ring where you get like a default item? Is it one of those? Waste of skin, bruh. Oh wait, yeah, sorry, I can see the the stats are changing as well. Right. Yeah, waste of skin is really low. Milik toast? Blood echoes. Oh, what is it? Dog ham. Endurance, strength. I don't know. Waste of skin, right? Let's not play that one. That looks like a challenge run type character. I guess whatever has the most vitality makes sense. Violent pass. And blood echoes looks like it's something quite important as well. I'm not sure. For noble scion, that looks quite high. Cruel fate. Actually, maybe this one. Jaws, thank you so much. Appreciate the gifted subs. Oh crap! I don't have my alerts turned on.
Just hit it through, hold on, that's on my element. I like dark skin, love a melanin, talk, pushing me to talk. When I'm stepping in, 30 bottles of the smooth till I'm cinnamon. I had the Lambo, switch to the Rari. I'm a gangster, but I like to party.
Thank you, George. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes and after reviewing. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Noble Scion just sounds good. Vitality, not so great. Violent Passage is just like... Huh? I'm just gonna go with this. I'm gonna go with that. Thank you, George. Hmm? Is it not gonna play it out? Alright, sample. I know. Long overdue. What's a burly? I see no real changes. Oh, come on. Just you expanding their midriff doesn't mean the chubby, you know? Oh, the head is getting big as well. Right. It's just small head, big head. I see. I like this one. You know, thick thighs and everything. Even though it's not very obvious. I'm gonna go thick thighs. Yeah. Scale adjustment. I don't think I want to mess with anything. Chests. Which chest? Sideways or front? Oh, wait. Which ways? I don't see anything moving. Am I tripping? Do you see anything moving? I think it's just expanding rather than the boss. Do you get what I mean? I thought it would be the boss. Am I tripping? I didn't see anything. I'm not sure what's changing. Thank you for the hype train. I'm not sure what triggered that. I swear that the hype train is just misbehaving. Thank you, George. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's changing. And can we change our skin tone? I don't see any changes for skin tone. Oh, I can change by 10. Right. Abdomen. Okay, so that's that. Unstable internet connection. Fantastic. So thighs are already big. All right, there we go. Is this? Did I choose aged or mature? There's a lot going on here. Is this mature? If this is mature, I dread to see what age it looks like. I want to go between these two. Like, just slightly more lighter than this. And it'd be darker than that. Or maybe not as yellow. I don't know. I think I'm going to settle for this. Oh, right, okay. Orange. What's purple? Oh, wow. Like the bruises? Right? It's so bad. It's so bad. That being said, do you remember how long I spent on the character creation for Dark Souls 1? For them to completely ruin that character as well. Because of the... What's the thing that takes over them? Like, if you don't have the Bruin type situation going on. Can't remember what it's called now. Leather skin. Hollow, exactly. That's it. That's it. Just like, do you know how much time I spent on this bloody character for you to make her hollow? I barely even saw my character in her true form. Barely. Why is that so scary? It's like she's been punched in the face. Oh my god. I think I'm creating someone's grandma. Okay. Okay. There's bruises? Oh, they just lighting up the lifelines or laugh lines. It's still there anyway. Right, exactly. I think the only time I actually really put a lot of effort into like making her look nice was for the wedding. Which wasn't even a wedding, you know? That really pissed me off as well. Bro, she is pissed about something. Thank you, Io. And I can't pronounce your name. SCRC. Thanks for the follow. So much fit. So, ooh. I mean, I might not wear the hat though. Assuming they don't. Assuming they don't. Then let me take the hat off. I'll take it off. I am so sorry. What? Oh my god. Wait, let's take it back a bit because this age is kind of confusing. Was I not meant to be mature? Why do I look like okay. Like it's just very aggressive, the lines on her face. Very aggressive. And you can't kind of dim them down as well. Okay, looking a bit more plump. This is just for the face, right? So we're just looking for a nice face. Or preferred face. They're all nice. Just a preferred one. Impale. I didn't even know who this person was until yesterday. I didn't know who she was. A nice preset, and I can build up on top of that. Like increase the lips and the nose. Maybe the eye as well, like a bit more space up there. Wait, who are we talking about? You mean Impale? Crazy that Impale said that. Yeah, I don't know. Impale is from a different side of the internet. It's amazing. Oh, wait. What? What did he say? I only saw the video. I wasn't really paying attention. I was like, who's watching this guy? Like, why do they think this is funny? Oh, really? Damn. Well, he got arrested, right? Oh, is that what he does then? It's not very good looking. I mean, she is. She's just Mature makes her look old. That's just my issue. It's all very nice. It's just my thinking of mature is not their presentation of mature. Do you get what I mean? Like, she looks rough. That's a really bad mature. Do you get what I mean? No mature person looks like that or that rough. Okay. I would say mature people still look like this, no? They all have, that's what I mean. They all have the same face. Well, the same eyes, it looks like. Well, not in 2025. Have you seen 40-year-olds in 2025? And I would call them mature. Hello? A foot in the grave, right? I don't even want to know what the age looks like, okay? What does age look like? If mature looks like that, okay? Oh, she's hollow. She's hollow. Leather skin. She's hollow. Okay. They were actually being nice with the mature. Got it. Got it. I think skin color is fine. Face details. Yeah, I don't know. I can't seem to find a reasonable preset. I think this one is fine. I think she's fine. Oh, I like the jawbone on this one. Nah. 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 No. Yeah, this one has a very nice side profile, like this side-wise, right? If I can make the lips bigger and the nose bigger, I think this is a nice preset. Is it gonna reset my skin color and everything? Oh, come on. Why did you put it low on the menu then? Jesus Christ. Similar face, right? Ooh. Okay, what was the one I started with? Let's just go back. Okay, let's see. Wait, can we just go back to the skin color, please? She looks crazy bruised. That's the thing. Like, it looks so scary. It's a bit... No, it isn't. No, it isn't. She looks good on the side. The front, not so much, but the side is good. Let's just get rid of this skin discoloration as well. I like a bit more red, maybe. It's either she looks bruised or like a ghost. I don't think there's any in between. It's like white or red. Oh. Please tell me I can change the lips. Please tell me I can change the lips. Okay, I think that looks good. Yeah, yeah. Features. What's form emphasis? Eee. Ah. Visual aesthetics. I think that's nice. Hey. Impale is already insulting you, you know. Okay, facial balance. Nose size. Right. Well, that's just making it shorter. No. Nose forehead ratio. What's changing? What's changing? Right, I think the eyelids are like, yeah, getting a bit higher. Oh my god, I don't even recognize her anymore. I don't recognize her anymore. Oh, ooh, ooh. There's something a bit off here. Oh my god, what is that? Hmm? Oh god, I am very concerned. This is not good. Why am I trying to make her shiny? What do you mean shiny? Shiny in what way? I'm not even touching anything with the skin tone. Shiny how? I'm so sorry. Take it away, please. Oh my god, no. Oh. What have I done? Okay, I think that's fine. What's spacing? Vertical facial spacing. Facial feature slant. Oh, right. Down makes her look a bit more sad, I think. Yeah. Okay. Horizontal facial spacing. Okay. Okay. I feel like the face is a bit too short though, no? Is that the forehead thing? That's nose size. Okay. Vertical facial spacing. That's affecting the nose as well though. Bruh. Okay. I feel like the more I mess with this, the worse it becomes. Forehead depths. Depths. Oh, let's make it round. No, that's too flat. Yeah. Protrusion? Hi, Jason. Bro, what is that hump though? Like, do you not see that massive gap in between? What the? Come on. That hump was unnecessary, no? Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Nose bridge height. The bridge is fine, it's just this side. Protrusion. What's protrusion? I don't see anything changing. Like if she wasn't moving so much, it would be way easier, but I can't see anything changing. Bridge protrusion 2. Is it the nostrils? No. I think her eyes are changing. Oh, the eyes are changing. Yeah. Why does that have to do with bridge though? Not bad, thank you. Thank you, Jason. Hope yours was good too. Nose bridge width. Well, at least the eyes are bigger now. Well, it's kind of nice. Kinda. I'm more interested in the lips, to be honest. Brow ridge height. Ridge or bridge? Ridge. Oh, I don't see anything changing either. Yo, is there an option to take off the hat though? If there is, then I will take off the hat. Okay, because I want to see the character's face. Okay, is there an option to take off the hat? I can't put this much effort into character creation and not see her face. Yeah, we want it higher. Yeah, inner brow ridge. Not that high. Outer, yeah. No, 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 no. Oh my god. What have I done? Oh my god. There is, but sometimes the colors might hide. Ah, I see. She doesn't even look like what I started with. That's the funniest thing. Like, she looks so much worse. Eye size? Why is it getting bigger sideways though? You know, I don't even know, man. I don't know. I'm scared to move it, I swear. It's so bad. It is so bad. Should be 7%, please. What is that in actual numbers? Hmm? I think she looks better though. Once I get down towards like the lips, I think she'll start looking really good. Nose, finally. Wait, have I already done this? Nose ridge depth. Oof. Position. Oh. We don't want too much gap here. Yeah. Tape height. Nose protrusion? Bro, that's literally the same thing though, isn't it? You're giving different names to the same thing. Nose height. Oh my god. It's like 3 buttons controlling the same thing. Maybe that's position? I swear that's getting bigger as well. That is just doing the same thing, isn't it? I've just got a really long nose. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna stop messing with that one. Her side profile is reverse of what it should be. What does that mean, what it should be? Hi Yan. No, this is PlayStation. Hi Vantage or Vance. Hi Jerry, hello. Like, I was hoping to make the nose bigger, but I don't think any of those control what I want to control. Ooh. 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 Like, can I just make it like fatter sideways though? Like, bigger sideways. Oh, okay. Okay, I think that's what I want. Well, not too much on that one. Like, how do I make this part a bit bigger as well? Hi, Blood, how's it going? What's that doing? Eee. What's that doing? I don't see anything. Is that changing anything? Oh, right, I can zoom in as well, bruh. What's that doing? I don't see anything. I didn't see anything, but somehow it's worse. Do you get what I mean? Like, I just gave up. My character was a bird. Damn. Is it giving Squidward then? Oh my god. Like, I think I messed it up so bad now. So bad. Okay, okay. No, that's just the nostrils though. Like, the hole is getting bigger. Oh, nostrils. Right, right. Oh. Oh. Okay, 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 okay. Bruh. So it's either she has a giant hole or no hole. Yeah, let's make it no hole. What does that even matter? Why does that even matter though? Like, what does that even matter? It's not like you're gonna be staring up her nose anyway. I definitely want that bigger, yeah. Breathing plus one. Oh my. Is that so funny to you? Oh my god, what? This looks Hey, me and character creation don't go together, okay? Like, I completely ruin it. Like, they didn't give me a lot to work with to begin with, to be honest. Like, I feel like I've done a lot better than what I got initially. 2015. I get that, but I don't know. It's just, it's really bad. I don't know. To be fair, even Elden Ring doesn't have nice character creation either, does it? Even Elden Ring is terrible. So, like the bridge, right? Like this bridge. Like, I want it slightly thicker. That's no height. Width, I think. Oof. No, 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 no. Thicker sideways. Tip. Excuse me, sorry. Is only slightly better. Exactly. Like, the textures are slightly better. It's just still as bad, really. Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was epic. She looks like a Karen. Oh no. Oh my god. I mean, I'm trying to make her look more, you know, ethnic, black. But I can't seem to figure out how to make the nose bigger. Or bigger in a way that it makes sense. Well, it's not as, you know, tiny and pointy as it was before, but I'm trying to make like this part here, like slightly wider, but I don't know what does that. It can't be the nostrils, right? Because that is only doing the inside of her nose. Which I have no idea why that's even a feature. It's kind of like that one, but then it's like making the nose like right up as well. And now her lips just looks weird. Now it's way too big now. It's too pointy. Run Backpack Simulator, hell yeah. What? Are you saying there isn't a lot of checkpoints or respawn points? Yeah, because the base, so they give you like a lot of like presets, and I did choose like a white person preset. I just changed the skin color so far. Like, even the black person on that preset, let me see. Where is it now? Facial presets. Like, even the one black person doesn't look black anyway. Like, her features are not. Except the lips, maybe? The lips? Yeah. I wouldn't say the nose is giving black. But anyway. I mean, she's got straight hair. Maybe she isn't black. Oh my god. That does not look like a woman anymore. I'm so sorry. There's nothing feminine about this face whatsoever. What have I done? There's nothing feminine about her face. There's one specific boss. The one back which will have you run 2 to 3 minutes each time guaranteed. I see. Let's hope I get that far. Let's hope. Face details. What was I doing before? No. Oh shit. Skin color. Huh? Where's the nose? Features, right. No. Oh crap, where is it? Where's it? Oh no. Face shape? Right, there it is. That's what I mean! There's nothing feminine about this, but let's keep going. Maybe the brows is what she needs. Maybe she just needs to fix the brows. Maybe. Let's keep going. Lips. Oh, chicks. Make the skin blue. Why blue? I'm trying to make it look as similar to me as possible, even though I'm failing really hard. We have nothing in common. What is that? Oh, we want it plump, okay. Oh, shoot. No, not that plump. Depths. Ooh. Make it Sonic. Do you think she looks at me like me yet? Oh my god. This is young, by the way. You should have seen matured. Jenna family. Wait, who's Jenna family? Oh my lord. I think I'm too far gone now. I don't think there's any saving this face. Let's be so for real. I've done way too much damage at this point. Except I go back to preset again. This is horrible. I'm so sorry. Maybe I can redeem the lips? A bald black man. What do you mean reference pic? What did you post? Yeah. This is my first playthrough. What? Wait. Excuse you? Oh, right. You're saying this is what it should look like. Okay, yeah. Facts. Yeah, I know. I'm trying, but I don't know how I got to this point, okay? Oh, that's what you mean by receding. Yeah, I can see it now. I mean, to be fair, they didn't do the neck any justice either. Look at how she's molded in the neck. Ugh, I don't know. Maybe I just reset it back to what it was originally. I have no idea. That's a thick neck, yeah. I don't even think she looks like that anymore anyway. Yeah, she looks slightly different now. Do your character have a beard? You mean a beard? No, this is a feminine character. None of them came with one though. I don't know nothing about the game. I'm so sorry. I can't answer that question. I don't know anything about the game. Yet. I picked what did I pick again? I picked the noble scion or something. So we'll see how that goes. Ooh, very voluptuous. I see. No, but I put too much effort into this though. If I do, I might as well just not play. Or just, you know, go to the default character. Oh my god. Actually, yeah, I do like the lips, you know. I do like the lips. It's just the face itself. I like the lips. I don't know what to do. Elden Ring is terrible. No, the character creation in Elden Ring, not Elden Ring itself. Like from the side it looks perfect, but from the front, oh my god. Okay, I think that looks slightly better, I think. Oh yeah, we need to change our eye color as well. That's probably not helping. What's changing here? I'm not sure what it is, but low looks better than high. Bro, how did the nose grow longer though? Like, I swear the nose is even bigger than I remember now. Yeah. I wonder if there's like a chin option. The chin is kind of strange looking. Can't go any lower than that. Okay. But now it's tiny again. Ah, come on. think it's better small, you know? Yeah. I think she's looking better. Yeah. I haven't touched the neck. That's the thing. That's the neck she came with. That's the neck she came with. What kind of stupid question is that? Make her aura full. Believe me when I say the outfits are too good. The face wouldn't matter that much. I hope so. Because I have created an abomination. I think the lips are kind of okay though. What about the position? Let's see your mouth, right? She's very happy. What is that? Mouth slant. We want her smiling. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's looking good, you know. Ooh, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I mean, that's a solid side profile, no? Yeah. Stunning. I don't know why I keep making the same face. I have no idea. I think that looks better, but there's too little gap there, I think. Okay, okay. Ooh. Yeah, I think I need a bit more space up there. Well, I don't know where that is. No, that's fine. Lip position. Is it a lip position? No. Maybe it's just too thick. Maybe that's why. But I want it thick. But then there's not enough gap in between. No, I feel like the nose is just weird now. I mean, it's always been weird. It's even weirder now with the lips. Let's go chin. Chin tip? Chin tip. No, 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 no. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. This is PlayStation. Ooh. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. We need a lot of that. Clearly. Because it's very visible as an apple there. It's the hardest bit, right? Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, let me just remove this person. Hmm. was spending too much time on the side. I didn't realize the front looks horrible now. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. Oh my god. I can't undo all of the steps that I've just done now. Thank you, Nog. She's perfect. Oh my god, I tried. God knows I tried. Oh man. Fuck. This is hard. Oh wow. Can I reset it, please? Oh fuck. I can't. It's too late. Oh god. I feel like every time I press something, it just goes wrong. Oh. I was trying. I was trying to create myself. Or maybe this is what I actually look like. I don't know. So what do you do with a shop? We can fix this. We can fix this. It's okay. It's okay. I think we just. Oh! We just need to go back. We just need to go back. Oh, shit. Okay, let's just reset it. Let's just reset it. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Right? I think everything was default before, like when I got here, right? And just work from there again. It was perfect from the side, but as soon as you turned around, it looks completely different. It was perfect. Okay, see, she's back to normal. Normal. Hi, Jojo. Yes, no, it's okay. It's okay. I think that's fine. I think that's why I started. I mean, she was already perfect, no? Just a bit of tweaking. I just need to keep going back to the front to make sure that I'm not changing too much. Because it looks good from the side, but then in front, it's just like a whole mess. Like, side profile is very important to me, okay? I would rather her look good from the side, I think, than the front. I know, the neck is horrible. See, I was hoping for something a bit more like this, but then she gets like a huge Adam apple if I go too far. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh god, it's receding again. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Oh shit. As soon as I mess with the neck, that's it. Yeah, it just kind of goes weird if I mess with the neck too much. I think like this makes sense, but then it looks terrible from the side. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. Yeah. Jaw. Maybe that's gonna help a bit. Oof. Hi, Abby. Okay. Yeah, that's given feminine, I think. There's a massive gap there though, but it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't want to change anything else. Cause I'm just gonna keep making it worse. If I can make the neck a bit longer, it'll be perfect. And also makeup, there we go. Skin, eye area. I think I've already messed with this one. Lipstick, I haven't. Damn. I'm not, but as soon as I touch it, I break it. I break it. I think it's way better than where I started from, though, to be fair. Way better than where I started from. It's too red. Not red enough. Not too dark. Okay. There isn't that many color, so it's fine. Around our eyes. Sheesh. I swear our eyes were bigger than this, no? Kinda looks like makeup if you're not looking too hard enough. Rather than it being bruised. I think it gives makeup. No? Oh god. Bro, who applies eyeshadow to that part of the face though? Come on now. Come on. That's horrible. Sheesh. Is it orange? Thank you, is that glowing or zombie? Yeah, I don't know. The makeup's kind of weird. Maybe. I think I'm gonna go this. Doesn't look like there's a massive change, but it's way better. Skin tone, cheeks color. I've already done all of those. There's not that many options in lipstick. Hair, facial hair. What is this? What's happening? Oh, shoot. think she looks okay. Alright, that's just it. Wow. Wow. What even is it? I might go with this one. I think I'm gonna go with this one. But let's check the others. Mmm. Claire's Ranger. Oh. Oh, actually, maybe this one. I'm tempted. Is that the Quahum? Yep. The one and only. So it's either this, 1 or 2. 1 or 2. 2, 1. Go bold. Bold. You think 1? I like 1 as well. 2? That's 1. But I am actually concerned that this is gonna look really bad with the hat on. Like, if you have long hair, does it clip the hat though? What does that look like with a hat on? Like, think about the in-game glam. Does this suit the in-game glam? Would you say? Okay. Let's go 1 then. Hair color. I think we've already messed around with that one slightly. Brow color. Damn. Or brow type. This could change everything. This could change see? That's giving very feminine. I like that one. Not bushy brows. Damn. Not the unibrow. Yeah, let's go for this. Can't really tell if anything's changing, but eyelash. The longest one. Yeah, I like this one. Ooh. I like this. Yeah, this one. I'm not sure I want to change the color though. Or if it... I don't even think it would matter really. There's like a reddish... No. Let's change it back to black. Yeah, that's what I mean. She doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look that bad at all. Eyes. See, you just had to trust the process, you know? I had faith. I don't think you lot did. Where's white? Ooh, so pretty. You all didn't have faith, did you? See? She looks like a baddie again, right? Hi, Chaos, thank you. Anybody know the combo for brown eyes? Because otherwise we'll be here forever. They put my effort in and then they did. Anyone know how I can get brown? Ooh. I might want to make the eyes a bit bigger, maybe? That's very blue. Yeah, I want to try. I'm trying to get it a bit more brown. That kind of looks brown. That's too green. Yeah. bit darker, maybe? Maybe a bit more blue? Or less blue? Okay. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's not change it. Leave it what it was, yeah. Wait, why is it blue again? Oh, whoa, wait, what? What did I change? Did I change something? Huh? Oh no, that looks pink. Okay, that's brown. Yeah. Okay, I think because I was messing with the different eye shapes. The eyes with the onto outfit are barely visible. Yeah, I'm more concerned with the hairstyle though. Like if the hair is like too short, is it just gonna look really weird in the outfits? But let's see. What's next? Tats. I do like this one. What's this? That's nothing. Okay, let's go for nothing. Ooh. Classy lady. Ooh. Poor guys. I do like this, but it's too small. What the? They all look kind of weird, to be honest. This one maybe, but I feel like the middle thing, I don't know what it's called. The nose, it's kind of very low or in the wrong place. I do like this. Or even the white. Let's see if we can... Is it even changing? Yeah, it's kind of pink. I love it. I like it. But there's no like glass texture. It just makes it look like she's just wearing a random hoop on her face. Come on. Hi DJ, how's it going? Okay. I think I like it. And I'm pretty sure I picked like a bigger or chunkier body type as well. But she still looks very small. You've seen a bit of Tyra Banks? She's giving supermodel then. Ooh. Yeah, she looks alright. Yeah, I think. I wish I could reduce the shininess of the hair though. I know, but I think it would come a long way though. You should have seen her like a couple of minutes ago. She looks so much better now. So much better. I think she needs a bit more body on her. I'm not gonna lie. But it's kind of weirdly like distributed as well. I wish I could see all of her without the clothes on. Okay. Right, so I've got a young character because the matured was given too mature. And a noble scion. So I'm not sure what noble scion is. What is Yanam? What's Yanam? I appreciate it. Her back is strong. Good. She's going to need it, I think. Okay, I think I'm happy. Thank you, DJ. It's the city name. I see, I see, I see, I see, I see, I see, I see. Lantern, thank God, because these games are always too dark for me.
Good. All signed and sealed.
Success.
Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
I don't feel safe. Right into it. Okay. Average day in London.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
How is the story in this game, by the way? Just in case. I'm training for whatever jumps at me. Because I don't have a weapon, like it looks like. Handwritten peak pale blood to transcend the hunt. The story of the game is difficult. Wait, what? You mean like difficult to understand or to find? Is it like Elden Ring where you have to read all the materials or the items? Yeah, my hands are quite long. I agree. They look more like claws as well, my fingers. So there's two ways out. There's one there, and there's one there. What is she doing with her hands? Okay. Does not open from this side, right? Oh, whoa. Fear woman. Beware of liar. When do I get my lantern? Just making sure. R3 to lock on release target. Attack R1. Are these from just the game or other players? He tells stories that way, very mysterious. I hear something. Oh, okay. Alright, someone died in here. Fantastic. Let's learn from the dead and not make the same mistakes. Oh, right, it's practically dead. Am I dead? No way. Come on. It barely even touched you. Hi, John. A finely tailored Bordeaux dress worn by nobles of the old bloodline that traces back to the Forsaken Castle Canehurst. It's cryptid. Oh, I'm meant to die there. Is it one of those? I feel like I was doing pretty good. I think I got hit like once or twice. Karate is not very effective on werewolves. Who knew? Literally how Dark Souls 1 started, I think. In a graveyard. She crawled out of like a coffin or something. Exactly like this. Or maybe they all do. I don't know. It is a graveyard. Okay. Awaken at a selected location. Wait, what? I think that was meant to teleport me somewhere. Is this where I started from? No, I think this is different. Was this where I started? No, this is different. Did that just take me further ahead then? Ah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Oh, fantastic. How do you jump? I did it, but I'm not entirely sure if... That's run, right, that's run. So what's jump? Okay. No, that's a spectre. I saw a woman, I think, or a ghost. I'm not entirely sure. There. Oh, it's a doll. Trade in blood echoes with messengers to buy it and sell items. So that's for leveling, right? Holy chalice is required to conduct a ritual. So I need to find this weapon choice. Do I have any money? Attire? No. Can't afford anything. I think the currency is blood echoes and I don't have anything. I have 0. Well, except I can sell something. No, I've got nothing to sell. Messengers offer you a trick weapon. Choose one. Right, right. Sword, cleaver. I guess whatever has the least amount of weight. Does weight matter in this game? Whatever has the lowest weight, really. Sword looks heavy. The cane looks like the most, or the lightest out of all 3. But it's also got, what, 78 physical attack, which is not great. The axe has the highest. You think this all? The cane isn't good. Oh man. Okay, let's go sword then. Exists, but it's not as big a deal as Elden Ring. I see. I can't use it? Is this just like one of those neutral grounds where I can't hold a weapon? Oh, okay. Okay. Notebook received from messengers. Leave messages with these loyal servants to share them with hunters in other worlds. The box is on the 2nd row. Right. Okay. Quicker items. There's 2 doors. Did I not already accept it? Choose one firearm and are wielded with the left hand. Alright, another one. Hunter pistol, hunter blunderbuss? This one looks like it does blood attack. A higher blood attack. But this one has more durability. Pistol? The first one. Hi, Jeremy. Thank you. Can I not equip it? Okay. Okay. Let's decide which door we want to go into. There's another one, I think. Oh, okay. Or maybe they're just going to the same place. Oh, that was closed. Okay. That one's also closed. Should I just use this then? The headstone to teleport. Looks like there's something else. That's also closed. Okay, the headstone. Look at how big the moon is. That's crazy. Okay. Your gun is your shield bash equipment. The box is on the second floor. I've already read that. Okay. Wow. Okay, there is a number coming down. So I've got bullets, right? Limited bullets. Beware of liar. Fear woman. Oh, that's where I was before, right? So is the dog still there? Yeah. They don't refill. Wait, where do I get more then? Thank you, Lele. Where do I get more? Where do I get more bullets? I think I've got like one left now. Farm or buy them. Oh crap. So I might as well just not hold them then. So how do I block though? Is there no such thing? How do I parry? Do I parry just by swinging back? There is no parrying. Girl! Even close to me. I wasn't even. Come on, that wasn't even close. That wasn't close. Come on. That last one shouldn't have touched me at all. The loading screen is quite long though. It's called repost. Ah. Those tables do not move. Oh! Those tables don't move. The tables don't move. That's so annoying. Like when you roll into them, they just stand there. That's not fair. I feel like her body weight should be able to push those tables back. Use the gun to stagger. But I accidentally shoot them though. And I don't remember what button shoots as well. What button shoots? I think I've used it all anyway. I think it's all gone now. Oh! Well, that might be the last one. Okay. Yeah, literally one more swing would have done it. Yeah. What's that on its head? Why is it glowing? Oh, right. Oh. So I think I've still got 8 bullets left. So there was a plus something underneath it before. I thought that was the amount that I had left. I think I died outside before. Blood vial. What looks low res? The game? May the good blood guide your way. Yeah, in person it's not that bad, I don't think. Slightly better than Dark Souls 1, I would say. Heal after you refuel either upon... Oh. I guess something heavy. Lord, thank you. Same to you. I hear something though. It's like coming from there. That's where the sound is coming from. Nice. Bullets. 10. It's up there for sure, whatever that is. Closed by device. Is that what it says? By a device. Reek of seduction. Seduction? Your short version of a weapon is better. Stay with it. Oh, you mean not extended like this? You mean this is better? And you wouldn't have stamina going away so fast. Right, right. Okay. Oh shit! Fuck! Was that the sound that I heard before? Like, he doesn't look as heavy as he sounds. No, no, what I heard is still moving. Do you get random loots in boxes and stuff? Or am I just wasting my time breaking everything? Fuck. Why do they blend in so well with the environment though? Like I didn't see them at all. Time for bonfires. Did I come from down? I don't think I've been down there, have I? Oh, that's the device that opens the gate. And whatever... Okay. I thought it was gonna open the gate, actually. There's something down there. Am I fighting a giant bird? Like, it's kind of hard to see. Lamp now transports you back to the hunter's dream upon death, so you'll be awakened at this lamp. Bro, what the heck? That person is dying. Does not open. Oh wow, look at how many of them there are. Is that who's coughing? Nope. Whoever is coughing is coming from up there. Remember evolution. Oh really? Ah. So is there anything that kind of indicates that they're able to be interacted with? Because in Liza P, the windows kind of light up slightly.
Oh, you must be a hunter. And not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Well, I don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done. This town is cursed. Whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good.
I think I need to reduce the ambient noises. It sounds like an industry town, and there's a lot of like humming and machine going off in the background. I don't know if I'm making sense, but then I don't want to turn off too much. Yeah, that definitely does it, but I don't know what else it's muting. Do you get what I mean? I think it's muting the cough as well, which should be on the voice, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's muted the voice, which is kind of unfortunate. But there's a lot of like ambient noises, a lot of it. Makes it really hard to hear. Did I play 3? Yeah, I did.
Pale blood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yarnum lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, or so they say. Yarnumites don't share much with outsiders.
Yarnumites.
Normally they wouldn't let you near the place, but the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance.
It's worse. Why did you say that? Could anything be worse than Elden Ring, where you can easily lock yourself out of it? I was gonna do something now. Ah, I forget. I was gonna do something. Probably not that important.
Across the valley to the east of Yarnum, you'll find the Cathedral Ward.
I was right to make her thick. Look at that back view.
Said to be the source of blood.
Nice.
I haven't heard of pale blood, but that's your best bet if it's anything to do with unique types of blood.
Hi, Brandon. Is it easy to like miss things? I mean, like if Zoki didn't point out the door, so is there someone that I could talk to at the back as well? There was someone walking around. So did I miss that person? Sounded like a heavy character pacing around up there, but I couldn't really tell what direction that was coming from. Bro, the noise is crazy. It's so loud. I can hear like trains or some kind of machine. It's easy to miss, yeah. I mean, I can still hear the coughing, but I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I think I've been here before, yeah. Oh shoot, I remember now. I remember. I wanted to turn off online gameplay. Or maybe I can't turn it off yet because I'm already in the game. I might have to reset to turn it off. Because of the ghosts that are showing up. I would rather not have them, to be honest. Ooh. I want to go to that one. I want to try a backstab. But I don't know how quiet I can be. Is it possible to backstab? I assume it is. I'm trying to walk really slowly, but that's the slowest I can go. It's late game. You mean the church is late game? We charged heavy. Ah. So like that. ZJ, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes and ad reviewing. Thank you. Thank you for the sub with Prime. I'm not sure which way to go first. I think they both lead to the same place anyway. That wasn't too loud, was it? What's that? Another person? Is that another person to talk to?
Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
Oop. Yeah, just like London.
You that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
There's a baddie under that hood. I just thought I should let you know. Okay, there we go. Do you believe me? Maybe I should put it back on. Yeah. Jan, say nothing, okay? Mind your business. Oh shoot, I was getting burned. That was what happened. Okay. Oh my god. I did, Drake. I did. Lord knows I did. What did he say? Did he just call me a rat?
Lads, you've come on. Who'd open their door on a night of a hunt? Away with you. Now. Lads, you've come on.
Off,
Who'd
come
open
on.
their door on a night of a hunt? Away with you. Now.
Right. That's fair, that's fair. How did you see me though? You were miles away. Oh gosh, just 3 of them. Is there anyone behind me? I don't want anyone. Oh shoot, there's one behind me. Can you talk to me now?
Lads, you've come on.
No.
Who'd open their door on a
I'm not entirely sure. I guess it depends on the weapon. So I'm already using this one. I don't know what it scales with. I'm not sure. Attributes bonus D. Requirement is that strength. So it scales with strength then. So what's the hand one? I'm not sure what the hand one is. Skill, right? Skill, strength and skill. What's the star? That's strength as well. So I guess it depends on the weapon, right? Maybe I pick up another skill is only. It's only. Oh shit. Use the big axe further reach. Oops. What about that? What about this? Can I go back and change it? Star is arcane. Oh. Right, okay, okay. Oh yeah, you're right. Arcane, yeah, yeah. So strength and arcane then, these the bonus for this saw. Yeah, strength and arcane. The big axe is small places but overall good axe. R1, L1, L1. Are there combos in this game? Is that what that is? No. Normally L1 right after. Hmm. Can I break the fireplaces? No, no. Oh, flip. Oh, the blood vials is what I'm using to heal myself. And I've only got 9 left. Or maybe that's what I can carry and I've got more in the fireplace. Is that the case? Thank you, Sajid. Thank you for the follow as well. Oh, there's too many exits though. Yep, there's something back there. Maybe I want to deal with this first. Actually, let's go back first. Let's see what's on the other side. Open the gate first. Is it a shortcut then? Oh, there's more of them. Oh crap. Ooh. Wait! They can shoot? Oh my. Oh, they can shoot. They can shoot. They can shoot. Oh my god. Right in the face. They can shoot. I didn't know they could shoot. That is not good. That is not good. I mean, I don't know what I thought, but I didn't expect them to shoot. Anything but freaking ranged weapon. Come on now. Alright, I was thinking to equip one of the pebbles. I picked up a pebble, or 8. See if I can use it to get their attention. Actually, how do I even use it? How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I use it? Ah, flip! What did I just do? Square. I can hear someone talking. Who's talking though? Trying to get the closest one to me. Oh, okay. Because I thought I healed myself, but then my HP dropped, so I wasn't sure what just happened. Thank you. Come on! How close do I need to get? I'm gonna pull all of them if I get any closer. What the fuck is talking though? Shut up, don't. Oh, I think one of them is looking at me funny. That one in the hat is looking at me. I think that one has seen me. Just make it quiet. Come over and don't alert your friends. Oh god, how close do I need to get though? Should I be concerned? The church bell. I feel like that's indicating something because it went off before as well. As soon as I opened the first gate, that bell went off. I've watched Stranger Things, not the new season. I think I saw like 2 seasons ago. I haven't seen the last 2. Metal, yes. Is that one the closest to me then? But this one is looking at me though. I would rather pull this one that's staring right at me. Party? Okay. Oh god, I hope I'm close enough. I don't want to waste the pebble. What the heck is the conversation happening up there? It's very interesting. I don't know if you can hear it. Ah, flip! Actually, let me go with this one. Oh god, I thought I was gonna hit it first. I thought I was gonna hit it first. On PC, is it gonna look better though? Is it gonna look better? I could take the stairs. Yeah, I guess I could. But then I wouldn't have access to these ones. I would rather take care of these ones and then go find out what the conversation is. And then go back to the big guy before the gate. Or maybe it's these people who are talking. Maybe it's them. Is it the bell that's activating them? I think it's the bell. Yeah, the bell definitely triggered them. Yeah, the bell did something. Do you know what I just did? My brain thought I was playing Night Rain and I was pressing triangle. I was pressing triangle to pick up the item. Fuck. And I just wasted a lot of blood vials there. Fuck. Yeah, I literally was spamming it as well. I think I pressed it like 3-4 times. Yeah, lucky. It's just a knee-jerk reaction. I was just like, tap. Pick it all up because I don't read the descriptions in Night Rain as well. I just literally pick whatever. Well, that one looks like it's coming towards me. Oh! Yo, this one was fighting back hard. That one did not want to go down. Ha! I did a thing. I think they have to be stationary. There's another one with a gun there. There's another one with a gun. I suck at this game. Oh my god, I just picked up something. Get away from the one with the gun. I think I picked up like a note. No. What was that? There was like a green item. Or not. Oh, I guess it makes sense, right? Yeah. If they're swinging close to each other, they should be able to take each other's attack. I agree. Damn. There's another one there. Why is there so many? I don't want to know what's back there. Oh, right behind the gate. Right, whatever is on the other side of that gate as well. There's too many exits though.
I don't reckon you're from round here. Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor.
It's almost like she's enjoying it. What is wrong with you, lady? Damn. She loves it that I'm stuck outside.
I don't reckon you're from round here. Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor, poor
That's
thing.
crazy. Right? She's enjoying it. She's enjoying the show. Oh god, too many exits though. You know what? I'm gonna go explore the other side and then come back here. Like, she wouldn't piss on you if you needed a drink. By the way she sounds. Alright, there's stairs there. Sorry, this earpiece or this headset has got like really decent surround sound. So like when I do this, it's like I can hear the sound coming from different sides of the headset. So I keep leaning into it like a damn dog. Sorry. I'm like doing that. Like it must be funny to look at, but oh god, no, the bell again. I should have known, but it looked like there was two people like having a conversation. Apparently he's just rambling. I think he was just talking to himself. Why does your character look like one of those skinny persons off of the Ghost in the Shell? Really? Or better. Oh gosh, he's drowning in blood as well. Yeah, I think they're all just like saying rubbish. Like, it doesn't make any sense what they say. They're just talking to themselves, I think. Where am I from? I'm Nigerian, but I live in London. There's nothing there. How do I get up there? Oh shoot! Bro, I wasn't paying attention. I could mimic anything. It would be the pearl sense and glittery cosmetics seen in games. Is it like holographic makeup then? Is that what it looks like? I guess you could buy those IRL, no? Some of them don't look as accurate though, unfortunately, but there's some pretty good ones. Finally! Wow. Wow. My first backstab. Elden Ring was my first Soul, same. But I was so stoked to experience OG Souls. Yeah, I think Dark Souls 1 is probably the oldest that I've ever played though. And it was nice. I liked it. I really like Dark Souls 1. I don't know how to get behind that gate though. I guess I can go back to the other side now. That being said, there's another part of this upper level that I haven't been yet. Let's go there first. Hi. We're playing a game on my main channel, on my main live, if you want to see it. Oh, she runs out of stamina as well. I think it was here? Was it here? Oh no, no. Thank you, Black Lemon. I think it was here. Have I tried? I mean, I thought it was possible, but this is the slowest I can walk. Is there another button to like go slower? This is the slowest I can walk. Can I crouch or something? So here, was it here? No. There was another side, I think. I don't think it was this far back, was it? No, it wasn't this far back. So there was 2 paths here, and I ended up taking the broken edge. So I took that one. I think there was another one. Does that lead to the same place then? Have I been here before? Looks like it. Have I? Yeah, I have. I have. Okay. Yeah, that's the one that said it wouldn't open on the night of the hunt.
Lads, you've come on. You'd open their door on a night.
Okay. So I've explored everything except for past the gate on that side. So someone said to open this gate first before facing that guy. It sounds like he's running up to me as well. So do I want to explore this side before talking to that guy? Or facing off that big guy? Was it? Oh! Right, this is a gate that I've been at before, no? Yeah, I've already been here before. Yeah, I started from there. Right, okay. Is it the combat that you find difficult? Maybe it is. I've only just started, so I have no idea. Whoa. Bro, where is the range? I don't have range. I don't have range. I did heal. No. I mean, I just need to get better at dodging, but I don't have any range with that weapon. I don't have any range. I think I should make it longer though, you know? Yeah, I think I should make it longer. I think I should make it longer. Oh, wait. The NPCs come back. Fuck. The NPCs come back. Oops. Thank you for the follow. Yikes. There's quite a lot of them as well, that's the thing. Quite a lot. Yeah. Read your comments. I am reading. How do you expect me to keep playing the game and reading comments at the same time? It's not even on the same screen. Like, have mercy on me. I'm a human being, not a bot. Hi, Bento. I'm not a bot, you know. Sheesh. I think I could just Can I just be pacifist, maybe? Just ignore them. Oh, shite. Bitch! Yeah, I need to get the range back or extend it. Cooked, literally. Yeah. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! I forgot about the thing, the currency that I dropped. Ah, I forgot about the currency. I'm gonna hit up the next pack. I hope so. Oh shit! I completely forgot about the souls. You think I would have learned by now, right? Yeah. I've never played this before. Hmm. 300, not a lot. Swing! Swing! Please! Swing! Who the heck is screaming though? Like, they're attacking me. Why are you screaming? Who was that? Did you hear that? Someone was screaming for help. Or was it the person I was fighting, maybe? That's what I mean. Did you hear that? There was somebody screaming for help even though I was the one getting jumped. That doesn't do anything, does it? Oh shit, I actually dodged. Girl, get up, get up, get up. Oh, flip. L1, 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 L1. So collapsing the weapon does damage then. Actually, if I go through the stairs, maybe it's easier? Oh. Yeah, let's go down this way. I think I can avoid those ones behind me. Oh shit, never mind. Oh my god! I keep spamming triangle as well. This is so messy. Did I get my currency back? No. No worries, Rain. The VOD should be up later on. Give me my money back. Skip him. I think I could kill him though. I mean, I don't need the money yet. I think I could kill him. When he's about to hit you, shoot and he will open for a crit. Oh. I feel like that's some high level accuracy though. That I don't think I have. So there's a small window for the spamming of the L1. Like if I miss that window, I don't think I can ladder behind you should take you to the big guy. Oh, I see. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Really? All right. All right, because of the gate that I opened. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Oh. Sorry. Oh shoot! They can jump. How do I get up? How do I get up? Hi Corey, how's it going? Oh shoot, stop pressing triangle. Why are you sitting down? Why are you sitting down? Why did she sit down? Oh fuck, this game is gonna give me a heart attack. Why did she sit down? And then I thought the statue was walking up to me. I underestimate how long this ooh. Come on, come on! I underestimate how long the cast is for the long cast. Yeah! Because I was super close that time. Literally one-shotted me there because I had full HP, I think. Yo, I don't like this guy that's gonna keep fighting me on the stairs. Okay, so that's how I fight back. Okay. Didn't drop anything. Well, I need to be careful of these lot as well. Where's my is it called Echoes? Where did I drop it? Did I not die here? Where did I die? Maybe one of those NPCs stole it. And there's something weird going on with the audio as well. I'm already dead, bro. Come on. He has them. I see, probably. Sheesh. I can't spam with him. I cannot spam. It's not as responsive as well as I was like compared to like playing Elden Ring or whatever. No, I think it's just kind of glitchy. It's kind of glitchy, especially with a guy, or maybe that's just how it's intended to play out. I'm not sure. Kind of goes. I don't know if you can hear it. Can you hear it? Oh, come on. Come on. I was actively dodging that one. Oh, flip. Yeah. And he's barely taking any damage as well. Hi, Tusha, how's it going? He's barely taking damage. Not with the light attacks, at least. L2 to shoot him. I don't think that's enough to do damage, though. Like, he's not taking any damage from the gun. Yeah. Oh, come on. Well, I've run out of blood vials. I think. Now what? Yeah, he's not taking... Oh, he doesn't have that much range, it looks like. Yeah. Maybe I need to go kill more of those NPCs back there. Oh, he's not chasing, okay. Let's see if I can farm a bit more. Yeah, I might have to leave him, sadly. He's still not dead! You're still not dead! Christ, he was hanging on to that 1 HP with... Stop spamming it! Oh my god. It will take me a while for me to stop spamming this triangle. I actually sadly need this one, so... Drop something. Ah. Too slow. This is PlayStation. Not fair. I swear their weapon is way heavier than mine, and see how quickly they're swinging it as well. Not fair at all. Okay, let's go get more blood vials. Okay, I need to be super careful, I think. Drop something, please. Oh, cheapskate. Nothing. Hi, Ultra. Blood echoes. Oh, you mean the ones that I drop? Yeah, I should do a better job at picking them up. Oh, that being said, there's a lot of noise on the ground, so that's why I want to turn off online gameplay, so I can reduce the amount of content that I have to deal with. Bruh. Oh! Sheesh! What's that? Where is it? No, just for stupid bullets. Yeah, so I can reduce the amount of content on the ground, because there's nodes and there's specters as well. So I need to restart the game, I think, to turn off our online gameplay. So I can visibly see where I drop my echoes. I know! I'm getting one-shotted by everything, basically. And I keep spamming triangle, because like my brain thinks I'm playing a different game right now. Drop something, please. Thank you! Ah, flip. I haven't even gotten a single blood vial. Ugh. According to you, what is your definition of love, bruh? It's a trick weapon. What's a trick weapon? The saw? Or whatever this thing is. I think it's a saw, no? Right? Yeah, saw cleaver. Press O1. I prefer it long. I like it long. Thank you. Oh my god. You're being so greedy with it. Ooh, I can do that. Stop. See what I'm doing to your friend? You want a bit of this action? There you go. fighting me like I'm the enemy. Do you know, that's really funny, isn't it? Like I'm the enemy, do you get what I mean? Am I the bad guy? Do you hear what he's saying? Like every time they try to kill me, they're like, away with you, you monster. Like, hello? We're all just surviving, right? I'm low-key the enemy, bruh. Bro, how can I never gauge the right distance to use this weapon? Less heavy attacks. But I'm greedy. That's my problem, I'm greedy. Girl, can you please move? Oh my god. I can't move, I'm stuck. Of course I broke the game. What else is new? I can't roll. I can't roll. I can't move. I can't do nothing. I can't roll. See, that's a circle. You see the circle? And I'm moving in a direction. See. This is, I have a very special talent of breaking games. You know, I just always do. Yeah. And what's the jump button again? How do you jump in this game? Ugh! The one singular blood bar that I just farmed is gone now. Right? I think I should do that, right? I should restart and go offline. Is it gonna take me back to the bonfire? Yeah. It's a gift and a curse, you know. System? Is that network? Okay. Hopefully away from whatever got me stuck in the first place. Okay. Like the rune system. Okay. In the last place I was standing. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped down there again in the same place. But that's not the first time I've jumped down there, so I'm not sure. They swing so fast. They swing so fast. And I've just realized I can recover my HP back if I swing fast enough. Too late, too late. Ah! Did he just dodge the... Please, God. Ah! I think it's unfolded, I think. Well, I thought it was. Nice. How many days cruise? Enjoy, George. I mean, the whole reason I'm going back there is to farm the blood vials, but I can't seem to get any anyway. The NPCs aren't dropping any. Yeah, it's already extended. That's the extended version. Oh, they burn as well. But not dropping anything. Oh god, he's still alive. He's still alive. How? How? Are you kidding me? How? Oh, that's why he was glowing, because he had my things. Right. None of them are dropping it. Oh, there's one back there. Okay. I think the way forward is back there, to be honest. Not here. The other way. Because this is just back to the start of the game, and there's a big guy here, but I don't know if there's anything behind him. Is there anything behind the big guy? Doesn't look like it. The big guy at the door opens the most, drops the most. Oh, you mean the one on the other side? Right, right. Yeah, there's one back here as well. There's a bunch of them here though, that's the thing. I guess I could avoid them and just go up, I think. Oh shit! Oh my god! Please drop something. I was hoping it would drop some blood vials so I can replace the one that I just lost. This one's got a hook. I'm scared. Nope. Oh, thank you, George. Yeah, long overdue. Oh, shoot. I didn't see him. I didn't see him. I know he's there, but I didn't see him. Yeah. Is there any item that I can put on that increases my chances of drops for certain items? Please, I hope there's no one behind me. How is he? Why do they keep running on 1 HP though? Like, that makes no sense to me. Why did they keep running? I thought he was already dead. That was why I moved away from him. They keep running on 1 HP. How does that translate to a freaking game from 2015, Baron? Please tell me how that's the same thing. What is that? Thank you, Talion. Giant, thank you so much for the sub with Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, SMK. The ones with the rake are a nightmare. Like, what is the point of even farming the blood vial if I just keep losing HP? Huh? And needing it right back anyway. I thought there was another one on the ground. Don't get hit. Like, that's almost damn near impossible. It's either I'm getting hit or I'm just running into random bonfires. There's one here with a freaking gun. Oh wait, he's already dead. No, he's not dead. He's plain dead. Once you get further in the game, you'll get so many you won't think about. I hope so. Oh, fuck! Yo! My brain needs rewiring at this point. I keep pressing triangle. Oh. Because the last game that I played was Night Rain, so, you know. Yo, I was trying to lock on, but it kept flipping around. I'm so stressed. Oh my god. Not you again. Once I gauge how close they need to be before I start swinging, especially for the heavy attacks, I think I will have it easier in this game. Oh shoot, those ones are coming up the stairs. How are they not attacking themselves though? Like, I look more sane than the rest of the people you're hanging around with. Like, it makes no sense to me, you know? It makes no sense to me. More intense, yeah, and also the closed world. I feel like it's very closed off compared to like open world and Elden Ring. Like, it's a very tight space as well. There's not a lot of room for rolling around. Yo, this is my personal hell. I'm just gonna keep doing this level over and over again. I think it's high time I start playing pacifist. I think I should start running. But also I need the blood vial, right? Once I get the first one, I'll just start running. I'm just gonna start running. There's no point in fighting anything. I know where the next place to go is. This is London. Oh. It's always the last HP that's keeping them going. Like, it makes no sense. It's always that 1 HP. Like, I thought it was Brooklyn. I've never been to Brooklyn, so I have no idea. IRL London. Yeah, on a very wet day. Yep, pretty much. What are you doing? Okay, I'm running. I'm running. F this. I'm very good at running. Except for that one that's got guns. Yep, yeah, you're the only one I'm concerned about, really. Can't catch me. Okay, this is all new to me now. Except they have no range and they just keep running after you. Then I'm cooked. It's the guy behind the door, I think. I think I'm good. Okay. This is new stuff now. F those guys. I've already spoken to this old lady. She's even laughing. She's actually laughing.
I don't reckon you're from round here.
Mm.
Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor, poor thing.
Go left and dash into the boxes. Oh, boxes. You mean these ones? You mean down the stairs? Ooh, did I just jump? So I got it already? You mean the one by the wall then? If that's the one you're referring to, yeah, I already got it. But where of the dog? Do I not have it already? Before talking to the lady? Oh, you mean go down this way? But there's also another path here that I haven't been. I haven't been down here. Are you saying it's better to go there first than coming here? Okay. Oh, you're just setting me up for the dogs then? Are you just setting me up for the dogs? Oh, look at you. Really? You just set me up? I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Please drop something. No, they didn't drop anything. What the hell? They're paid actors. There's more of them as well. Is this the Bible reference? Wait, what do you mean? I haven't been greedy not once. I haven't even been greedy though. I thought I had that dog because I started swinging early. But it was just bastard of me. There's too many exits. I don't like too many exits. Oh. Right, that was easy. That's one less problem to worry about, right? So I came from there. Now there's two others. Eee! I know. I can't help it because obviously I want like maximum damage, so I always go heavy. Is he coming? It sounds like he's coming. Walk wherever you want and kill whatever you see. I mean, to be fair, I would really like to like stick to the path of the story as well. So whatever looks best for the story, then yeah. I would rather go that way. Yeah. Do I want to go in? No. A very dodgy looking house. I don't think there's anywhere else to go. Sorry, my nose. It's all story, I see. Okay, that's good. A big circle is good. Oh shoot, he's right there. I didn't see you. Why are you standing in the dark, bro? Like he's literally right here and I can't lock onto him. Make it make sense. I can't even lock onto him. I can't lock onto him. Like how close do I need to be? How close do I need to be? How close do I need to be? That final HP almost got me again. Almost got me again. I think they need to be aggroed before I'm able to lock onto them. I think that's the case. Which is not fair. Well, for that one at least. He's had too much to eat. Wait, what? Oh, wait, there's somebody there. Are you friendly? Nope, not friendly. Well, she looks like she might say something if I let her. Surely she can't be that dangerous. The voices, the voices. Do you need to tell me something? Hello? Is that gone? Doesn't look like a gun. Looks like some kind of horn. When the hunt began, the healing church abandoned us, blocking the great bridge to the cathedral. I wasn't sure. It looked like a megaphone or something. I'm sorry. I didn't know she was deadly. As they burned old Yannam to the ground on the moonlight night. Oh, moonlit night. And then she looked at me, and she didn't look right in my face. She was just like staring straight through me. So I didn't expect her to actually attack as well. I keep saying her. I have no idea. Are there hidden walls in this game? Should I be looking out for hidden walls? Rev, thank you so much for the help me. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Later. Okay. Right, they're just saying the same thing. I can actually hear what they're saying properly now. They're begging to stay alive and saying it's a curse. No, I am the curse. It's a weird way to open the door. Are you the drama? I can't even kill the big guys on the other side. Why would I be able to kill these ones? Bro, no way you saw me from up there. No way. With your 1 HP. With your stupid 1 HP. Drop something. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. Still not dropping anything. Right! Why did they all do that? Okay, okay, okay. Nice. No. Alright, I can't rest. I was trying to rest at the grace. I wanted to get my HP back. I have to die first. Or can I travel to get it back? Can I travel to get it back? I can't even rest, that's what I mean. Not fair. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I played Lies of P. We played the DLC earlier this year. You good, Snow? I guess I have no choice but to die. I don't even think I can fight these guys. They look even scarier than the other ones by the gate. Do I have good humor? It depends. You might not get my humor. I don't give too much away. Those that get it, you know? Ooh! That wasn't so bad, actually. That wasn't so bad. Damn. I was trying to take a screenshot of them. Good news is you found a shortcut that gate stays open. Wait, are there gates that don't stay open? I'm on PlayStation. I mean, I was doing pretty well because I didn't have enough HP that time. I think that was why I died so quickly. I went in there with like less than 20%. Oh shit, I forgot you were here. Fuck you, man. Stupid 1 HP. At least I got blood vial. No way, no way. I need to strike back. That was not worth it. Oh, that one has got my thing. Oh shoot, I'm in the corner. Hey! Get up! Is she dead? Yep, go on. We're playing Bloodborne at the moment. Can you please repeat this as fast as possible? I don't have time for that, mate. It should go. I'm gonna start using my gun, okay? Can I pull them one at a time? Oh shit. The other one heard it. Oh shh. Girl. I tried to roll, but I think I rolled into the fence. Thank you, Ade. Is that Ade Yari? Not sure. Sorry. Thank you. You make me want to beat the game again. Do it. Did you play it on PlayStation? Or did you play it on release, or was it more recent? Bro, the fact that I can't even hold his echoes is actually crazy. Like, I need to find some way to spend them as soon as I get them, but I can't see anything. Last year. I see. So not that long ago. It's my fault. I didn't even do anything. Ah! Damn. Closing the weapon makes me hit it faster. Okay. But then I have to be super close to them. I mean, it's not like that's gonna do me any good, really. I thought, I should have been counting, right? I haven't counted the deaths. I wasn't counting, sorry. Ah, shit. What the heck was that? Nice, finally. The good gun practice, when they wind up an attack, fire, give them critical hit mechanic. Oh, nice. Thank you for not... Oh, shit. Maybe I should rebind it, because my brain will just not accept that it's not the same thing. It's not the same game. I should rebind the keys, right? Should I just rebind the keys? Triangle to X? Because this makes no sense, right? Yeah, but I didn't even see the buttons here. I keep pressing triangle every single time. Use the blonde boss. What's a blonde boss? Is that what this weapon is called? No. I've only got this weapon. Yeah, I think I need to rebind it. The X and the triangle thing is messing with my gameplay because I've wasted more than half of my blood vial. Because I keep thinking it's a different... Oh, right. When you're closer. Right, okay. Damn. Woo! Ah, flip. Is there any method to their attack? They just keep spamming. He was just spamming the freaking brick. Yeah, I can't find the setting though to rebind. Maybe it's in the home screen. I did, didn't I? And I was able to stay behind him and spam attacks as well. But he just kept going with the... He just kept going. Unstable internet connection, bruh. Give me my shit. I need to separate them, I think. Okay, that did not crit. Are you done? Whoa! Bro, I wasn't even in your line of attack. Come on now. He didn't. Bro, you good? I'm shooting too early. You mean too far away? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean? Do I shoot them when they're attacking or something? Is that what I do? Nope, 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 nope. When they're attacking. Bruh. And is the critical attack, is a critical hit on them, is it by chance? Because I am not taking that risk. Because I did it just now and I still got whacked in the face. An attempt. Is it a chance though for them to crit? Because I did it, right? When he was about to attack me. And it still didn't stop him. I still got whacked in the face. When they begin to swing, you shoot. The pistol is good for... Oh, that's deadly though. Because they break my poise as well. It's not a chance, it's guaranteed. But I still got swung at though. So it's a parry. Okay, okay, okay. Eee. Bish! Damn it, I used it again. I used it again. It would have been good to farm the blood vial though. I keep wasting it. R1, okay. Okay. Nice. You dead or you still running on 1 HP? Sweet. Can we do that again? Oh no, I didn't die. I have to die to do it again, don't I? So I need something to kill me. Yes, thank you. Good tips, good tips. Heck yeah. Okay, I need to find something to kill me so I can farm them for blood vial. I choose you. I choose you. How did you miss? I'm standing right in front of you. He's worse than me. How did I miss? It's already open. Can I rest? But there's no resting though. How do you rest? Do you need to just travel? Because you can't interact with the lamp, no? How do you rest? Right. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure what that was actually. Okay. So apparently I can use the Hunter's Mark as well. Hopefully I can get my stuff back from these lot. Did I not drop anything though? Surely I must have had something on me, like echoes, when I came in here before. No? Or maybe I dropped it with the troll still. Looks like one of them has got it, probably. echoes, I think. Okay. Please not both of you, I beg you. I am sorted! Come on! Come on! Come on! So I can invade? No. I don't want co-op. Well, not yet. Thank you, Dirt. How is it only 9 p.m? I've been awake since like 7 this morning. Been everywhere. What a long day. Please drop something, bro. Please. Yo, what's the point of farming them if I keep getting hit though? How did I parry and still get hit? I still got hit, even though I did the parry successfully, no? I still got hit. The werewolves are good on Blood Vial Farm. Yeah, I mean, I still got hit and died, no? Parry too late. Come on. A parry is a parry. Come on. A parry is a parry. Then why did I get the parry then? You shouldn't have given me the parry. You shouldn't have given it to me. You shouldn't have given it to me. You could have just killed me, then I'll be like, you know, it's fine. Ave, thank you so much for the treasure box. It's a treasure box, if anybody wants it. Actually, I'm not even sure how it works, to be honest. You said stop. Struggling with ogres, not ready for wolves. Ooh. I haven't seen wolves. Well, except you mean the dogs. The standard hunter's mark loses all echoes when you use it. Yo, I thought I would kill him. Shining coins. Come on, give me blood vial. Get out of my way, man. Oh my god. Dead weight. Why are they so scary? Oh my god. I'll try and get 10 and then I'll proceed. Right, so let me... Can you see my message? Yes, I can. Hi. Hello. Not right away, obviously, but I can see it. Okay, so... Does that mean my echoes are going to be on the ground when I use it? Are they going to be on the ground when I use it? Like right where I rest? Don't. No. You lose them all, so should I just travel then? And back? Yeah, I can't touch it though, it's only traveling. Okay. I don't know who to buy anything from, except the only vendor that I've seen is by the grave. Yeah, here. Oh, so is this like the home then? Is this like the round table of this game? And the lamps only take me here. Oh, okay. Oh, I do need some pebbles. Yeah. R1, L1, L. Yeah, that's the thing that I was saying. Like, if I don't keep swinging L1, L1 in that same window, I lose it. I don't know if I'm making sense. If I wait too long. Doll is Melina. Melina? Who's Melina? You mean her name is Melina? The name sounds familiar as well, I'm not sure. Things get more expensive, by the way. I see. So I should probably stock up then. Wait, so I've only got... Do I save stuff at the lamp? Like, is there like a storage in the lamp? What do I think about India? I don't think anything about India. So my YouTube shorts... Oh shoot. Is it that one? Gets a lot of Indian viewership. So, I don't know. I'm quite popular there. Apparently. No storage, it's in the building. The doll has no name, it's just a doll. Right. It also transforms your weapon in between your combos. Transform your weapon in between your combos, it does a lot more damage. Right. So you mean like extend and retract it? Like that. That's the R1, L1. Yeah, that's the thing. Like if I don't do it in the same window, I lose it. And also, it doesn't interrupt the NPCs. It doesn't interrupt them. So if they're swinging while I'm doing that, I still get hit anyway. So I don't really want to commit too much to doing that. Yeah, I was trying it earlier as well, and I kept getting hit by the NPCs. But buy items automatically go there when... Oh, okay. That makes sense, yeah. Nice piercing, thank you. Just one of you, please. Oh, no. Just one, please. Oh, my God. One of them is not giving up. Yeah. Are you dead? Okay. Oh, that was lucky. Dude, calm down. They didn't even hurt that much. Yeah. My Instagram, it's on my page. It's on my page, it's the same name. Honestly, I swear to God. They're all very chunky. They deal crazy damage as well. Okay, one last farm and then I go. And then we proceed. Yeah, it's the same name on IG. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I would rather just use the gun personally, but I don't think it's doing that much damage. It's not doing that much damage. Maybe I get better guns later on. I hope. I do like range attacks, personally. Like usually like Elden Ring and stuff, I tend to go... Hello, thank you so much for the gift. Sorry, I completely missed that. And I don't hear anything as well. I'm not sure why the app isn't playing any sounds. I didn't hear anything. Calm down, wait your turn. Did I get a thingy? No. He's gonna kill me, he's gonna kill me. Oh shit! I thought I was gonna die and lose the blood vial. Oh my god. Ugh. Well, clearly not good enough because I still got whacked twice, no? Still got whacked in the head. Can't go up there. So I've been there before. And the other side has the dogs. Charge R2 from the back also stuns them. Oh. Yeah, but they're scary though. I still don't know how to sneak up to people. I don't even know if that's a thing in this game. This is the slowest I can walk. Can I sneak up to people? Can I go slower than that? Bruh, I'm not ready for this. Let's go face the dogs. Walk. Yes, is that sneaking? I feel like she's still way too fast though. That's not proper sneak in my opinion. I look like Travis Scott. Aww. Travis Scott is cute. Please choose me. Wait, what? Whatever you work like gardening and your house cleaning. Wait. You want me to hire you as my staff? I don't think I'm that rich. I don't have that kind of... I don't have staff money. You think YouTube pays me that much that I can hire staff? Bad dog. You must think I must be balling on YouTube or something. Farm the snipers for bullets. Oh. Yeah, but they never miss though. The accuracy is insane. Funny enough, I actually never even got paid from YouTube. I never got any money from YouTube. Whoa. That's not a problem. Oh, you're gonna work for free? Damn. You wanna work for free? I think there's a name for that. That crazy lady is still... Damn. She's having a good time. I finished my face, yes. Do you want to see the finished product? Gladly. How do I look? How do I look? Bro, what the heck was that camera? What is that? Can you hear her laughing? That's insane. She's a librarian. Need to protect the goats, you know. Continues from self-tradition of making dogs the absolute most annoying. No, actually, I don't think dogs are that bad. The birds, on the other hand, an absolute nightmare. The birds. Ooh, I think one of them just escaped. One of them just escaped. No, okay, no. The birds are a nightmare. I spent an entire stream trying to get through Castle Stormvile, so I think I knew what I'm talking about. Do not mess with the birds in Souls-like. Yeah, I'm just playing it for the first time. It's pretty cool so far. So far, so good. Gosh, the bell. The church bell makes me so uncomfortable, you know. Bro. The hitbox on these dogs are kind of weird. Well, at least I'm no longer pressing triangle. Yay! How do I help you? You're willing to work for free. How is that helping you? I mean, I can't do anything for you anyway. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't know what you want from me. I really don't. Change your weapon. How do I change it? Damn, damn, damn. Oh my god.
You're a hunter, aren't you? Then, well, do you know of any safe places? I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your asses, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear?
Well, nobody helped
So what
me.
is it? Are you going to tell me you're not? Yeah, I should have known.
I don't know anything.
You're good for nothing. No respect for the elderly is what that is. Yeah. That little good you outsiders do. Go on, admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you?
I do.
Well, go and stop it. I know all your tricks. Now what is it now? Are much better ways to pass the time. Unless you found me a nice safe place.
So I need to go find her somewhere to go.
Yeah, I should have known. You're good for nothing. No respect for the elderly is what that is. That little good you outsiders do. Go on, admit it. You think we're all mad, don't you? Well, go and stop it. I know all.
Sewers? Oh no. I do not like going to the sewers. You think she'll be safe in the sewers? Oh god, have I left anything behind? Right, the lift that I found. I think that's the only thing. Oh wait, should I go to the lift first then? Because there's a lift back there. Or maybe she could go hang out with the other old lady. Like, they seem like they will get along. It doesn't work. Oh. Oh shoot. Sorry. I can't go down that way. So I have no choice but to go to the sewers. I didn't want to operate it because I wasn't sure where it was going to take me. Okay, now that I know it doesn't work, let us proceed. Is this the right way? Oh shoot. Did I take the wrong turn? No. No, okay. Ooh. Do I want to go down there? Does the shooting mechanic work for these ones as well? Okay, does it work? Does it work for all the NPCs? That being said, I've only got 9 bullets left. Oh, the window is safer. Say less. Most of them, right, so maybe I don't want to risk it then. Ask first. Oh. That's very deadly. Don't ask me why I'm breaking all the barrels. I actually do find this very therapeutic. I really, really enjoy breaking barrels. I wish I could do it in real life, actually. I don't think my back is strong enough, though. But if only. I'm steaming. Are great on those guys. Good practice. They are? No, they aren't. There's nobody shooting me. No. There was a room somewhere. There's nobody shooting. Well, I didn't see or hear anything. You get arrested? Really? Are these stories solved in the barrels then? 24 hours to fix. Oh wow. Reeks of crows. I haven't seen a single bird in this game. Real players take the bounty. Talk to the woman. I already did. The one by the window. Yeah, this is a different exit. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! I didn't see her. That's the woman. I thought you were talking about the woman in the window before. I didn't see her until I almost rolled into her. Actually, I didn't see her.
Oh.
That's the crow.
A hunter,
I was like, I've never seen a bird.
And an outsider. What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter. Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
My first emote.
What are you still doing here?
Oh, she's not happy about
Enough
pestering.
trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
Really?
What are you still doing? Enough a hunt.
So how do I use the emotes? Thank you for the follow. Status? No. Does she give me that later on? Because she hasn't said anything. I don't have any work for you. I'm so sorry. I can't help you. I live in a tiny flat. I think I could do okay with cleaning myself. Thank you though, but I hope you find something. I can't help you. Sorry, someone is asking me to help them on YouTube and I don't know how. She has a side quest. Do I need to come back for it? Ooh, there's something in there. Oh god. This is just gonna break. Oh man, I hate platforming. Oh, I could have just gone from that side. It's a lot thicker from there. She moves. Okay, okay, okay. I think that's the last one. Yeah. I don't know how close I need to be. And it seems my character moves forward as well when I swing, so I'm probably gonna fall. I think I might want to stand here. Oh shit. Right here. Thanks very much. Let's see if I can farm these. That being said, I'm running out of bullets now, so I need to be super duper careful. Right? Oh wait, I'm gonna have to do it all over again, right? I'm hoping it's blood vials because all bullets, because I need them. Oh, I hid my gun. I hid my gun. I forgot. The house, really? Bro, what was that? Were you even aiming at me? He wasn't even looking in my general direction. You mean this house? You mean this house? There's a stairs in here? Yeah. This one. Oh yeah, you're right. There is a stairs there. I was so hyper focused on the NPCs down here that I didn't realize. Damn, that was unnecessary. Well, I got my bullets back for this raid. Yo, I was gonna use L1, but I clicked the wrong thing. It's so nice. It can be clipped on my edits, also not for this channel. Okay, as long as I'm doing something godly, then I'm good. Oh, look at you. Come on, you weren't even facing me. Come on. He wasn't even I've been here way too many times before, okay? Bye. Go to the end of the bridge. Oh, there's someone standing there. Oh yeah, somebody on TikTok said I should do like the R1, L1, L1 combo. I still haven't gotten it down yet though. Nice, nice, nice. Where am I? Have I been here before? I feel like I have. Nope, I have not been here before. God left. Hi, anime. I don't want to find out. I haven't fought one before. Actually, no, the one in the clinic, right? I don't know if it's the same breed and size as that one, but or those two, but there was a wolf at the clinic. Oh, come on. Oh, right, it's a troll. Okay, it's fine. I've got 10 bullets. Ay, ay, ay. And crows. Run like hell? You mean run? Say less. I'm very good at running. I know how to run. Bitch! What the heck is this hitbox, please? What is this hitbox? The hitbox is so weird. Like, I'm swinging right underneath it, but I'm still not hitting it. Break his legs and when you melee. Yeah, I was swinging multiple times and I wasn't hitting him. Like, even like light attacks as well. Why has she grown legs? Why does she have legs? Why does she have legs? Girl, you good? I think she's no longer a doll, is she? Never skip like that. Oh, is that for co-op?
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit. Did you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long, long ago.
Did I?
But now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose. Ah, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them. Speak words they do not. But still, aren't they sweet? Ah, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship, speak words. Very well.
I don't have any.
Stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Yeah, I don't have any money though. Sorry. Yeah, she is.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Thank you. right. It's just... Is that the same thing that I was buying from before? No, I think that's different.
Aha. You
Oh,
must
is that
be
Ganem?
the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am Gammon.
Gammon.
Friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't.
He's the
think
one
too
that
hard
operated on
about
me at the
all of
start, no?
this. Just go out and kill a few
Tyler, thank you
beasts.
for the rose. I appreciate
It's
it.
for your own good. You know, it's just what
He's not
hunters
the one that
do.
operated on me at the start.
You'll get used to it. This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many
But you were
tools
still when I
as we
passed out,
once
though.
did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the doll, should it please you.
Ew. Wait. What does that mean? What is he saying that I should do to the doll?
This was once a safe haven for hunters.
That's kind of weird, no? Isn't that a weird line?
Workshop
Was that the
where
line we were talking
hunters
about?
used blood
That was
to
also a weird
enhance
line.
their weapons and
And the way
flesh.
he said it as well.
We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the doll.
See, he's even whispering it because he knows he shouldn't be saying it out loud. You crazy old man.
This
Oh,
was
just stop
once
talking to
a
him.
sa-
Jesus Christ. What a weirdo. Okay. Oh, that's the storage. I see. Okay. There are three workbenches in here. One for storage, one for upgrading weapons, and one for applying signals. To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts. Lest the night carry on forever. Fortify weapon. Wait, how do I know who I've got low durability? Oh, it says 140 over 200. So does that value reduce then? Or it just stays the same until I increase it? And I can get more damage out of it. Actually, I didn't see what it was originally. Weapon is at risk. Oh, okay. So it reduces, okay. Okay. Make trades with messages using insight. Ring the bell to help hunters in other worlds. Right. Okay, let us proceed. Don't even remember. Oh, right, I died to the boss, didn't I? Do I want to go back to the boss then? I was barely doing any damage. And it's so big as well. Where do I get it from? Can I buy from the home? Okay. Do I remember where that is? Let me try and get these for blood. I mean, I don't know, like, the hitbox is just weird for that fight because he's got really long hands and I don't expect the hands to reach me where I'm standing. But somehow it still does. Wait, where did I die before? Crap, where am I? I'm lost. Where am I? Right, I need to go back into the house to the other side, no? I think. Into the dogs? Is this where the dogs are? Ah, crap, I'm lost. I'm actually so lost. Right, that's the cages, no? Yeah. They don't drop anything, though. I'm saving you, okay? Putting you out of your misery. Do the NPCs upgrade the dialogue if you progress a bit further?
Now what is it now? A much better way. Unless...
No.
Yeah, I should have known.
And I rolled into here. And I've already broken the chains. I just need to go back down. Not sure where I fell before. I think it was this one. Oh, crap. Rats? Rats? Oh, not rats. Oh, what the fuck is that? There's something else on the side. There's something else behind me. I ran out of stamina there because I kept swinging. He's reloading. He reloads after every shot as well. Oh, I didn't realize there were stairs. Oh, right, there is stairs, but there's a big guy on the stairs though that's roaming around. There's a guy on the stairs that's roaming around. This is PlayStation. There's a big guy up there that's walking up and down the stairs. Because I didn't take the stairs the first time as well because apparently it's safer. So I rolled out the window. Really? No, that guy was way bigger. He was way bigger. Come on now. He was way bigger. Oh, thanks very much. We're playing Bloodborne. If you want to watch it, the link is right there. Oh, right. He wasn't big. Sorry. He just kind of looked big at the time. Can I parry this one? Yes, I can. Is he dead? Thank you for making my life easy. I mean, a bullet would have been nice, but it's okay. I think it's the same guy. No? I think so. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I think you should go through the sewers for better armor. Yeah, that's what Troll said as well, to pick up a gun here, apparently. I dropped a gun before, but let me explore this level and then I'll go down. Sounds like it's behind me, but I didn't see anything. Yeah, I already spoke to her. I spoke to her already, yeah. I almost rolled into her, but I found her. Yes, that seems like a whole other area to explore. Is this safe? Is this safe? Oh my god. Oh shoot. I mean, blood vial would have been nice, but you know. Oh, there's two of them there. I thought it would take one of them out. I thought it would take one of them out. Oh my god. I expected too much from the Molotov cocktail. Come on. Really? Like, I expected it to be really, really explosive. You only killed one. I thought he had human hands for a second. Sorry. The way spread out like that. I thought it was take out both of them. Is that a dog? Wait, in the game or behind me? There's a dog there, but there's no way you can see him. There's no way you can see any of the dogs on the camera. Well, except you're asking about what's in the game. Maybe? I don't know. But that was a rat. That was a giant rat. Jesus Christ, look at it. Look at it. Oh, come on. I actually did a drop down attack there. Shit. Madman's knowledge. Is that something I can read? Skull of a madman touched by wisdom of the great ones, used to gain insight. Right. Making contact with the wisdom is a blessing. But even if it drives one mad, it allows one to serve a grander purpose for prosperity. So I use it at the basin in the home camp thingy. Why are there boats in the sewers, please? Huh? freaking boats? Also, how do I get to the other side? I don't think there's any way back up, is there? No, I have to go find another way back up. I should have dropped to the other side instead. Where's that coming from? Jesus Christ, it sounds like a cannon as well. So loud, doesn't sound like one of the pistols. Where's it coming from? It's a rifle. Ooh. Oh, right, okay. Okay. Is he? Oh shoot! He came in. He came in. Is he gonna jump down as well? Jesus Christ! He's so loud. He's gonna jump down, isn't he? Surely this Molotov cocktail. Ah, come on. Okay, yeah, that was what I was expecting before. That was so weird. I was expecting that before. Yeah, I picked up something now. Sorry, I was too heavy focused on what I was trying to do. That wasn't armor, was it? It's a weapon? Right, I got the spare. Okay. That doesn't weigh me down, does it? Seems to be a bit longer. More range. Maybe? Okay. Right, so go back to the boss then, yeah? If I can find my way back up. I think I might need to go all the way around again. Oh shit, well I need to deal with this guy. With the one. Oh, Jesus Christ! With 1 HP! I thought you were dead! It's a better weapon, but it's subjective. Oh. Damn. That was a lot of damage. And when he started, he didn't stop as well. He did not stop. Whoa! Why did you not attack? Ah, come on. I need my blood vials. Am I slower? Am I slower or something? Like, I'm actually reaching for my weapon, but I'm not pulling it out fast enough. Am I slower? I wasn't pulling it out fast enough. I need a drink. Oof. Damn. I think I must have dropped a lot of echoes before as well. Thank you. Yeah, probably. Still not sure how I'm jumping though. No, no, I'm doing what? Was I not holding the weapon then? Was I not holding? I wasn't holding the weapon. It's like, cause I'm clicking it, but my character wasn't doing anything. Shit, I wasn't holding the weapon. I thought I was going mad. I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm doing it. I'm pretty sure I'm doing it. Oh man. That was a bit extra. Please drop some bullets. Oh man, what a waste. That was slow. Wait your turn, wait your turn! Oh, at least he's dead. Okay. Actually, I can just go that way. To the sewers. Dog. Okay. Oh shoot, look at me just running down like I don't have to deal with the freaking rats, you know? How? They barely even touched me. How? Do I not need to go get the armor? Someone says I need to go get the armor in the sewers, no? Take the stairs. Oh, right, the stairs. Oh, I take fall damage. Of course. I take fall damage. I didn't even... No, that was what... Yeah, that was why I died. Because I took fall damage. Of course. I was like, they barely even touched me. Ah, sorry. I thought I was playing a different game. Night rain. Night rain in the brain. See what I mean? I'm doing all of night rain stuff. Does that make sense? You don't take fall damage in night rain. And that was why I kept pressing triangle as well. Well, at least I stopped doing that now. Like the first half of the game, I was just, or today, I was just pressing triangle thinking I was picking up items. Very optional, mainly one for drip. Yeah, I do want some nice fashion. I do. Do I have my gun? Yes. Just checking. Yeah. Why is the wall shaking? Why was the wall shaking? Jesus Christ. It's all about fashion. Yes, I do love me some nice fashion souls. I do. Why are you running? Hunter sets. Ah, crap. Is that all? Okay. Okay. Right. Take the stairs. Don't take fall damage. But the guy is on the stairs though. I have to deal with him. See? Oh shit. Come on then. He's hiding. Look at him. Come on. I'm just gonna throw a cocktail at you. I swear to God if you don't move. Weak foe. Look at you just dying to one shot. Get out of my way. Okay, I think I could just drop down the other side. Except nothing jumps me here. Wait, was he here or the other side? Ah. Either way I have to deal with something. Oh, crap. Should I go pick up my echoes from those ones? I thought that was... Is this not the sewers? Am I not going in the sewers? Am I not going in the sewers? I thought I was going to go pick up armor. There's no other path on that level though. Is there? Oh, right. But I would have to go outside and face the one with the pole. No? I think the echoes are with the rats. Should I go pick them up? I would have to face the one with the pole. So it's... Ooh, I don't need to get close to them. I can just pick it up and run. So long, suckers. Right. Yeah, I've seen it. The trolls were picking it up before as well. The trolls were picking it up. Yeah, it's not the armor I'm concerned about. It's whatever is in these sewers that's gonna jump me. Is my main fear right now. So far, so good. That damn bell again. No hidden walls yet, right? It's a different sewer. Hi, Italian. Trust me, I know how these games go, okay? I am always on alert. Won't catch me sleeping. Ain't no way. Check the roof, check behind the doors. In the dark, make sure I scan the entire room before proceeding. You can't get me. Except for the time you will maybe run all the way to the end of the bridge to pull a boss by accident. Well, intentionally, you wanted it to happen. The items in the sewer is different off the bridge from the cleric beast. Does that just take me to the other side? Nasty beast down the ladder. Did you hear that? I'm about to be one of those. It's a shortcut, apparently. That's the item. Oh! I saw an item. Let me... Pro. At least these birds don't fly, so that's good. They're hogging something. They do fly. They do fly. Is that a troll? Or is it one of those that I couldn't beat before? I think it's one of those I couldn't fight before. Is that... Is it a troll? She's eating... I don't know, he doesn't look like Brick Guy. I thought he was.
Wretched outsider. Trying to fool me to open this door.
The
Heavens, the depths of depravity.
Can I fight him though?
Wretched outsider trying to fool heaven.
Can I fight him though? So cool, this is... Oh! So the NPCs are tricking the villagers to open the door. He's the same. Are you sure? I don't think I can fight this thing. It doesn't even have a break. It's got like a giant hammer. Are you sure I can fight it? He's got a statue instead of a brick. Are you still feeling cold? Did I hit you up? I think he's pretty warm now. Yeah, I think he's good. I wasn't sure because he looks chunkier from the back. Oh, chimes. Very inviting. Maybe the sister's gonna say something else now. That's another door.
Who are you? I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Maybe it's for a look for my mum. Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him, but now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared. Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch.
This is gonna be
It's so
sad.
big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
I was gonna say they got the door and window quest mechanic from this game, because I've never seen this before. This talking to a wall that's lit up.
My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, and if you find her,
Smells of tragedy
give her
of coming.
this music box. Please, I know you can do it.
Can we read the details of the box? A small music box received from a young... Oh, she doesn't sound like a girl. That's weird. Girl plays a song shared by her mother and father. Inside the lid is a small scrap of paper, perhaps an old message. 2 names can be made out, however, faintly. Viola and Gaviscon? Gascogne. Gascon. Gascon? I can equip it. Oh. Gascon. It's playing, but it's not playing all the way. Gascoigne. Okay. Let's make sure I don't have that equipped. That's all he plays. I see. Okay. But I don't even know where this is. I think this is the very start. I think. No? Nope, I've not been here before. I don't think. Oh, I know. Right. I think. Do I? Yeah, no? Actually, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. And up there is where the window of the women. Ooh. There's a cleric. Oh. No, I haven't, no. Yeah, all these shortcuts are kind of confusing now. Let me go back and pick up the item first. And then go back and fight that boss and then come back here. If I can remember how I got up here in the first place. Yeah, I think I was on that ladder and I saw the item on the other side. Yeah, that one. But how do I get there? Seems really high up from the regular sewers though. Yeah, there's quite a lot of them there. Yeah, that was why I ran back. Because I feel like I've made too much progress now. I have to go from the top down to the other side. Ay, crap. So I have to keep going up there then. I need a freaking map. Oh, it just covered me in blood all over again. Ah, shit. So I have to deal with those idiots. Maybe I can separate them. Or use the cocktail to make it easier. Jesus Christ! Did you see how fast that dog was moving? Did you see how fast that dog was moving? Nah, this dog is crazy. Yo, I thought I was looking at it in like times 2 speed or something. There's no way you should be able to move that fast. Oh, he's still alive, of course. Why have they pushed me down? What is this eye thing on the top of the screen though? Oh, he's shooting. Can I get some bullets, please? I killed myself. I think I killed myself. Because I was trying to I was trying to throw the Molotov cocktail, but I did the bullet thing with my blood instead. L3 to lock off? What do you mean? Shoot, where? I'm so far away though. I'm trying to think, where the heck am I? Right, I do know where I am. I know where I am. Oh god, it's so far. Bro, I can't afford to take hits here. Oh. Go through the building. You mean this building? Wait, what building? What building? Here? Oh, right. Go upstairs. Thank you, I need that. Hi, Ducky. Bro, how long is your aggro, man? Jeez. They just keep chasing you forever. Well, that's the boss room, though. Kill the mobs inside. Is there another way from here? I think there should be one more, that one. I keep getting hit though. The werewolves. But I don't even know where they are relative to this room. I have no idea where they are relative to here. Yeah, but sometimes that could be a bit too greedy though, and I just get jumped. Oh, you mean these werewolves? Shit. Damn, they're tanky, they're tanky! They're very tanky. Yo, I didn't think he would come inside! He still came inside! He still came inside! He hit me through the door. Yeah, but he's got range though. Even though I was inside, he still hit me. Yeah, they still have decent range though to go in. And I don't even think I've got enough range to fight them back from there. I guess I could use the Molotov cocktail from the door. Okay, okay. Where's the first one? There. It's strange, like the L1 isn't working here for some reason. Oh, you have my shit. Give it back! That did nothing. Come on. Don't get greedy. I think I got stuck again. I think I got stuck. Oh my god. Yeah, the other one's getting me stuck by the door. He's getting me stuck by the door. Yeah, do I want to farm them? Sheesh. They drop in 3 though, which is quite a lot. But oh my lord. Is that all of them? Just making sure. There's something in there. Can I take it? No. It looks like it's glowing. Yeah, I think it was already long. It was just sometimes I can land my attacks. Yeah, I still don't know where I am though. Was that where I died before? There's just one dog there. No way, no! That dog is still not dead. That dog is still not dead! Oh my god! Sheesh! How is the dog having... Oh, what? There's another one, right? How is he getting more HP than the freaking humans, though? There's a troll as well. Flip. Oh, there's a bunch of them. That didn't work. Too soon? don't know what happened there. I don't think I was cooking too soon though. Maybe. That was a long way out though, and I still don't even know how that connects back to the girl, the window for the girl. Well, maybe right. I found the group that connects back to the girl. I just need to go from there to the sewers again. Yeah. Hi, Helena. How's it going? Oh, there's someone behind me. I hear that I have to wait for them to drop something before I can proceed. I'm running out of cocktails as well. Oh, this is the one that makes the fight a bit extra challenging. Come on. Really? The other one didn't drop anything? Wow. The other one didn't drop anything. Wait, there's only one of them though. Where did the other one go? Did he drop? Strange. There's only one body. Right, I see. Glitched. That makes sense. Yeah. It's so fast. It's so fast. It's so fast. Oh my god. I need more cocktails. Wait, are you saying the item from the sewer that I wanted was on the other side? Is that what you mean? Like there? Is that what you mean? No, thank you. Hi, sorry. You got a present for me. Yeah, it's... Oh, I thought it was close. There's a lot of there, I think. It's a pebble. I'm okay, thank you. I'm not looking to marry random people off the internet, unfortunately. I'm too scared to go down. Bro, how do I even get to the other side? Do I need to roll? Oh, I guess I can jump too. Descent? Oh, there's two. Bro, what is this architecture though? What's it? This is so confusing. There's so many exits. Where am I now? Yeah. Do you remember early on when I was literally like memorizing where I've been and where I haven't been? Well, that's out the window. Oh, right. This is the same place. This is, I think. And that leads, yeah. Right. And I roll to the other side there. Where did I come out from? From the side. Right, right, okay. Girl! Is there another ladder? There is. I don't know if I should commit to going down there. I'm kind of stressed. Oh shoot, I was meant to go through the ladder. Oh, the ladder was longer way down. Whoops. Sorry. Yeah, it's too late now. This is an Elden Ring. I think I should be able to drop down there without taking any hit though. Or damage, sorry. I think this is close. Gentle, gentle. Ah, it's okay. Ooh. Just a little, it's fine. Damn, she's seen better days. Look at her face. Good thing I found those rolls. Yeah, sorry. I thought the ladder was gonna connect. I thought it was gonna connect, sorry. It's very dark here, I can't really see anything. I've got 2 bullets. You think they like music? No, they don't care. Girl, stab yourself again, please. Oh, you can't do it multiple times. Oh, man. Okay. Which one first? Let's go to that one first. As long as the other one doesn't jump me while I'm busy with this one. Where's the other one gone? Right, still there. Honestly, Rudy. I've been caught out so... even get what? What? I know I got hit the first time, but the second time around and the third time, that didn't work. Why did it not work the other 2 times? You should have, I guess so, but I was hoping to get my HP back. God damn it. Like, I don't even know where I died now, that's the thing. I was hoping to get it back. Bro, what the heck was that? Did I just unlock a new move? Yeah. I mean, I thought the second time around would do it. I really did. I need to go through the house, sorry. Can I get some bullets, please? I'm just gonna be wasting bullets here. Actually, maybe I can get some bullets. Come on! I was busy with the other guy. Can I not do it for heavy attacks? Is it just light attacks that I could do it for? Or maybe I just got too cocky there. Maybe. Oh shit, I forgot about you. Bruh. Should I get it back? I need to get it back. Okay, they didn't pick it up. There's nothing in there anyway. Come on, bullets. Nice, 4. Can we do that again? Yeah, so I'm just gonna farm him for a bit, the old guy. Because I've been using my blood to get the bullets back. Oh shit. Nice. Close despair when out of combat. These mobs are easy to fight. Okay. Need to make a habit of doing that then. But I think, do you think we've made good progress? I feel like we're still on the first lamp, so I'm not sure. That's very kind. Okay. Did I pick it up? Yeah. This part of Yanam is larger, but it loops on itself, very interconnected. Yeah, I'm finding that as well. This is where I live. Huh? What? What does that mean? You mean this room that I'm sitting in? Or you mean in Bloodborne? Are you making a London joke? They keep saying my internet is unstable as well. It's kind of annoying. Okay, I think that should be good. Come on. I striked first. Come on. Be faster, you still don't stop attacking till they're dead. Honestly, I need to start getting in the habit of doing that because they keep playing dead without 1 HP and I keep falling for it. Have they seen me? Psst, psst. Come on. Damn. Oh my god. I go greedy. I go greedy. I swung multiple times. Inactivity, fantastic. Not that for me. Here we go again. They brought this back. They brought it back. TikTok said you're not chatting hard enough. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I swung, but not fast enough. I was hoping to recover it at least, but that didn't happen. Pretty. And the first one was standing in a weird what is going on? Why is everything dying on me? What?
We all know who's at fault. We know precisely who it is.
What's going on?
We're all cursed.
I hope that NPC doesn't drop me.
This is a damn curse.
Okay, got 20 bullets. Upstairs. Come on! I swung first! That combo gets me in trouble all the times. Like if I'm not perfectly standing opposite them, it doesn't work. I don't know how to explain it, but it doesn't always work. Trying to get him out of the way because he clips the door at times when those wolves get here. Sorry, bro. You need your body out of the way. Okay. Oh shit, I'm not holding my gun. Trying to tell me something? Oh, you're kidding me! Still not dead. Still not. Oh shoot! I was trying to get the thing. Oh, not the body again. Ah! I was trying to get it. I swear he's gonna get in. He's gonna get in. Has anybody ever done that before? And they end up inside. Oh. Are you sure it's faster? GG's, Brendan. Are you dead? Okay. Come on. GG's. I don't even know who that is, but safer, exactly. And I play offense, you know? Don't care about being safe. Just want big dips. Is there anyone here? I can't remember actually. Ah. Oh, girl! Oh! Okay, I guess. I'm still alive. It's fine. Have I got my gun? Yes. Okay. Okay, let me end this. Am I laggy on TikTok? I can see my face kind of laggy. Oh no, yeah, on TikTok. Ooh. Oh shoot, I just turned that off. I literally just turned it off and someone said something. It's fine. I hear another one, but I didn't. Oh, there it is. Anything around here? No. Yo! I've never seen my character roll that fast before. Oh my god. That roll was lucky because I've tried to roll with her before and that never happened. Sheesh. I guess I had a stamina left. Right? That one was way more aggressive. So where is this bloody glam though? Oh my gosh, I've been going forever. There's a ladder over there. Wait, have I not seen this ladder before? Isn't that the same? Or not? Bruh. How do I deal with that? I don't remember what I saw earlier. I really don't. I've seen a lot of things. I don't know. I've seen some things. Ah, pebble. I need to equip the pebble. Hey, Italian. Oh, I've got throwing knives as well. Eh? Did you see them move in unison? Did you see that? Please tell me you saw that just now. That was so weird. Behind me. Oh, shoot. Ah, flip. That's not what I wanted to do. Rasta trash mob just overwhelmed them. You make it sound easy. They overwhelm me. Bro, I don't even know where I am. Was that the ladder that I was climbing before? When I saw the item? Yes. Oh, right. Is that another pole one then? Come on, I've got bullets. Come on then. Oh, it's not dead. Of course he dropped something, of course. Nice. It better be cute. Maybe not the face, but everything else looks really good. Can I keep the other face? Or the other hood? Nah. Actually, yeah, from the back, since I'm going to be staring at her from the back anyway. Yeah. Yeah. What are you saying to keep the other head? I don't know. I mean, to be fair, her face is not that good to look at anyway, so it's all good. Yeah. Thanks very much. Can I go down and pick up my item? Is this safe? Can I walk on this? Ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Was that a bad idea? Yeah, sorry, too late. It's too late. Oh wait, do you think I made it down safely? I don't think that's a long way down. Yes, I did. Okay, not that bad. Modman? Oh, right. Wow, there's a lot of them. Swinging at nothing. Okay. They hit pretty hard. Did I get a key? Was that a key just then? Oh, come on. They almost did. They almost did a bit earlier then. They almost messed me up real bad. But at least I got where I came for. Are those crows? To the first sewers. Sheesh. And that should lead up to the bridge area. I think so. Was that where the boats were at that level? Yeah, I just picked it up. Yeah, that's okay. So can I go back to the boss now? To the boss fight? I mean, to be fair, I do have a lot of money on me. So I should probably get rid of the money then. Except I have no idea where this is relative to the lamp. I think I know where I am. Right, that's where the... Right. Yeah, I do know where I am. I do. But can I go up? Right, I need to go through the bridge, right? Yeah, I need to go through here. Sheesh. But I need to go through there. So how do I get down to that level? Not here. I need to go through the other level. Maybe there's another ladder on this one. Hey, sniper. Take the stairs. Jesus Christ, what is that? There's still one behind me. Girl! Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. I forgot where I am. Actually, no, I think I do remember. Oh no, 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 oh no. I think. Nope, 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 nope. Right, this way. And then through the house. Pay me no mind. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Let's buy something. Anything. Oh, I can level up as well, yeah.
Welcome. What is it you desire? Very well. Let me.
Okay. So, my weapon is... First of all, one sec. It is a Sorc Spear. And it is a D rank. Or D scaling. So does that mean it scales with everything then? Strength, skill, and arcane. I don't have any arcane on this. So do I want to point arcane then? I don't know who that is, Gilbert. Yeah, I need to know what to level though, just so I can get more out of my weapon. The Hunter pistol. I don't know what that is though. Should I level up strength or arcane? Or skill? I'm not sure actually. My strength is quite low, so is arcane. I go strength? I think I'm gonna go strength. I don't know how many levels I can do.
May you find your... Welcome home. What is it you desire? Welcome home. Good. What is it? Very well. Let me...
I do need some vitality as well. Did I level? Can I not level this? Oh, there we go. Okay. 2005. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, yeah, got quite a bit. Yeah. Can I do another vitality? No. No. Okay, that's all I can afford. Thank you. Fortify weapon. Is there anything in particular that I'm leveling? Doesn't look like there's any particular feature that I can select, so that's all I have. Maybe I should have done the pistol as well. Sword Spear upgrades increase damage and scaling, okay. Okay. And durability is increased back to 100% as well. I didn't check what the damage output was before I did that. Oh, that's so cool, IVC. I appreciate that. That is really cool. I should probably play Galaxy 2, but I don't know. Chat was a bit weird the day that I attempted to play it, so I just stopped. But I should get back to it at some point. Once I run out of things to play again, I'll probably just pick it up again. Right, let's proceed. Focus on melee weapons. Upgraded pistol is secondary. Firearms will never be your primary damage dealer unless you... Okay. That's fair. Overcooked. Is that like a cooking game? Is it a cooking game? I feel like I might have seen a playthrough of that, but I'm not entirely sure. Is it a cooking game? Yes, yeah, I think I might have seen it before. If I remember correctly, it looks very similar to this, I don't know if you're old enough to know Pebble Place. Did anybody play Pebble Place as a kid on Windows? Is it Windows 95 or something? Or is it Windows something? Pebble Place, right? Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. I love that game. I was obsessed. It was one of the only few games. Windows Vista. Oh. Girl, where is your weapon? Shit, she was literally fisting. Where the heck is the dog barking coming from? Yeah, let's try it now. Let's see how it goes. Damn, my second swing is crazy. I'm practically one-shotting these NPCs now. Okay. The grab. Oh yeah. Oh shoot. Were they here before? Were they here before? Oh yeah, I ran. I didn't fight them. Yeah. I don't remember fighting them because I ran. Damn! This is such a tiny place to fight as well. Oh shit! Oh shit, I'm in a corner. Oh shit! This is so messy. It's such a tiny place. It's so small. Like I can barely see him after time. That was unnecessary. Press X. I can barely see him half the time. Like I just keep running into walls. Is he always gonna be like this? My first boss? And the first lamp. Yay. How much did I get? 4K. Nice. I was gonna pick this up, but I kept pressing triangle again. It's better to fight unlocked. Probably. Yeah, I think that would have helped actually. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll remember that for next time. Yo. Thank you. Hi, you want to catch these hands? I just fucked up your boss. Try me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why are you running back? Oh, he's scared. Oh. I get it, I get it. I get it. It's okay, it won't hurt that much. I promise. Oh, poor thing. Bro, I didn't have all day. Actually, I don't even know what to go, what to do. The Molotov. Oh, good shout. Come on, what a scam. Okay. What the fuck is that? What the hell did you? What the hell did you do? What? What the heck was that? I think it's the gestures on the PlayStation is so strange and random at times. Do you know how many times I did that when I was fighting Mesmer as well? It was so jarring. I had to turn it off. Actually, I don't even think you can turn it off. That's the thing. Yeah, like when you move it a certain way, it has to do like random gestures. Yeah, but that wasn't intentional. Emote unknown, you know. Yeah, I just got it from the sewers. I know. Some cool things in the sewers.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Old X. Ah, I see. I didn't realize I was even pressing X, you
Very
know.
well. Let me
I did not realize. Let's go that. Same thing as before. We can get them to 13 and then I can focus on skill again.
Farewell, good. May you.
Have you got anything to say?
Welcome home. What is it? Ah.
You said Gilbert.
They speak.
Oh, who's Gilbert and where is he?
Farewell, good. May you find your worth.
Cleric Beast is an optional boss, by the way. You cannot progress. Ah, I see, I see, I see, I see. So what would be the next progression point then? Because I can't seem to think of where to go next. The sewers? Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, we did the Cleric Beast a second ago. The mod. Ah, okay, 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 okay. I didn't even realize. I thought that was the end. That was where I left. I would have kept exploring if I knew there was more down there. I'm gonna run. I'm going to run! Girl. Are you not scared for your life? Oh, shoot. Yeah, that was a first try. What do you mean second? Oh, shoot. What do you mean second? That was first try. Like, I didn't even know there was a boss there. They said literally just keep running to the end of the bridge like they were telling me, you know, the save point to be. Damn. They said just keep running to the end of the bridge like that was a safe spot. They set me up. yeah, that's true. That's true. There's a guy at the end. Bro, when did you start jump? Did she just jump? When did you start jumping? Wow. Girl. Oh, he fell off again. He fell off. Yeah. Hopefully this one has a blood vial. Yeah. Because I think one of them drops the another type of blood thing. Too much physics, that's why. Yeah, but there's so many people down there though. No, 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 I'm going back into the sewers. There's so many NPCs that way though. That's where the... Oh. Somehow I survived it. Somehow. Somehow. Right. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true actually, yeah. Yeah, it's just one. Ugh. Easy. 0 damage. The other one is gonna drop me. Did he glitch again? Oh my god! I keep losing my loot, man! So annoying. He glitched again. Everything just keeps glitching. Wait, where's the way down? Oh shoot. Oh, oh. Come on. You know that thing is not that long. Come on. It's not even that long though. Christ. It's not even that long. Too slow. I'm cooked. I'm already at the end. Bro, girl, can you please be faster? For my troubles. Ugh. Where's the ladder though? There. Gosh, I have to deal with the rats. I forgot about you. Dude, drop my loot before you go. Oh my god. So there's really no way down here. So how else will I get down? There was real. So where's my cocktail? Where did my cocktail land? It vanished into thin air. Oh. So buggy, yeah. There's something behind me, there's something behind me, there's something behind me, there's something behind me, there's something behind me. Oh. I thought there was something behind me. Oh, are you saying they're gonna keep coming? No, they're going back. Oh, there's another one. Jeez! I thought they were the mod men! Oh my... I thought they were the mod things! Aye! Only crows! I didn't expect them to fly, that's the thing. Close to spare. Yeah, the range in this game is quite short. And I hate that the fire doesn't keep burning. The bell again. Told you, birds in this game. Like, it doesn't look like you can see outside from here, if that makes sense. Because it's, ew, girl, you're filthy. Because it looks so dark, right? 2. Yeah, I don't even know where this leads, to be fair. Oh, is that the lift from before? From the trolls? Yes. Perfect. Trolls and sewers go hand in hand. Don't know what they're doing outside. Is he dead? Oh, okay. Ooh. Calm. Oh my god. So aggressive. I clicked the wrong button. Well, this one still doesn't open. Right, I don't even think it opens ever. I've got 2,000 on me, so let me just go spend it. Okay. And then take the lift back. Thas? What's a Thas? What does that mean? Melina, where'd you go? Where is she? That's Gilbert, by the way. The room by the lamp. The room by the lamp. Oh, in the window. Yeah, we spoke to him. We spoke to him. What did he say? He said something about a church? Was that him? Was he the one that said something about church? Where'd she go? Oh, there you are.
Welcome home, good hunter.
I just
What
want to
is
get
it
a
you
really good look at
desire?
her, but I can't really get close to her face.
Very well. Let me.
Let's go vitality and I can't afford anything else. Oh man, things are getting expensive now.
Ah.
She never
Farewell,
says
good
anything new. Okay, not sure what to do with the rest of. Oh, can you change your appearance? Then blood echoes. What's blood echoes? Is that something with this? No. Souls. Oh right, right. You mean to get the levels? To get more levels? Thank you for the GGs. Kojiro. Yeah, souls. Yeah. Runes, souls. Sorry, I don't know. The gifts are not making any sound, so I don't know when they go off because I'm not really looking at the chat. Oh shoot! Do I need the Great Bridge? No, I need the other one instead. Tomb mold. That sounds disgusting. I'm so sorry. That's dead people mold then. Yeah, I need to go to the other one if I want to go back to the sewers. Yeah. Yeah, I've just noticed that as well. Hmm. I think in Dark Souls you can go from wait, are they called graces? I have no idea actually. Yeah, I spoke to this guy already.
Yes, I see. But the Great Bridge is the only way to the Cathedral Ward.
Thank
And
you,
during the
Rain.
hunt, the bridge is closed. You could try the aqueduct. There's a rather, how shall I put it, colourful area south of the Great Bridge. From there, an aqueduct leads to the Cathedral Ward. Not a place you'd normally want to visit, but I don't imagine you have much of a choice, do you? An aqueduct leads from the town south of the main bridge to the Cathedral Ward. Not a place you'd normally choose to visit, not much.
I don't think he's saying anything new. Is it hard? I mean, like, it's kind of outside of what I'm already used to when it comes to Souls-like. So, I think once you get past the difference, it's alright, I think. I mean, to be fair, I've only done one boss so far, so maybe I'm not the best person to be answering that question. I guess ask me again when I get to the end, and then I can tell you. Yeah, it's the same vibe, I would say, for sure. Oh, come on. I can't take both of you at the same time. What do you think I am? Eh. It's gonna kill me. Jesus Christ. You think I can? Okay, that's not working. Not even worth the 2 vials of blood that I'm gonna be getting out of you. What the hell? Christ. Imagine if he then fell off the freaking bridge. I would be so pissed, honestly. The fact that I'm one-shotting them now is crazy. Didn't even give me blood, man. Just drop freaking coins. Can't get jiggy with that. That wasn't even worth the farm. In the end, I lost 1 blood vial. I thought I was going to be gaining 2 extra. I think I played all of them except Dark Souls 2. Well, all of the FromSoft one, at least. Well, the more recent ones. I haven't played anything past Dark Souls 1, I would say. Because there's some ones that are like older than Dark Souls, right? Can't remember what they're called though. They've got like some really, really ancient sounding name. Demon Souls. Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking that far back. No, I was thinking further back than Demon Souls. What's the other ones? I think we saw like a documentary of FromSoft. Kingsfield, that's it, yeah. That's the one. Yeah, I haven't played anything past Dark Souls. Because why would I? Why would I? What? Is that a rat or pig? What is it? I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, was that a rat or not? Like, I couldn't tell because I've only seen rats, right? So I thought it was a big rat. But I was like, nah, that can't be a rat. It's been eating. Oh, it's been eating Modmen. That's it. Disgusting. That is so gross. I'm not a beast. I hate that they call me that, you know. I really do. It's like pot calling the kettle black, right? Like, they look more beast-like than I do. It's almost like they're delusional or something. really does, knock. Please, just one at a time, I beg you. One at a time. All of the NPCs in this game are enemies. I hope not. I have spoken to a couple of them that have, well, yeah, a couple of them that are friendly. For now, because sometimes they do turn on you, right? Like sometimes they make you choose between them and like other people, but they're friendly so far. You can run across the bridge or go below it now. Both have risk and benefits. Oh, right. So it's either those people on the bridge or the pig. Right. If you want to revenge. I mean, I just want my echoes back, you know? I just want my echoes back. And guaranteed kill. Oh, shoot, that crow. Does that mean I have a potential of pulling the crow as well? Yeah, I think there's too many NPCs close by, because I could easily just. Oh, the crows fell off. See, I could easily pull the crows as well while trying to fight the pig. So let's go on the bridge. I think these ones are way more. Bruh. I mean, it's just these guys, right? Is that a giant ball at the back? I think there's a giant ball at the back. Is this a circle that triggers it? Maybe. There's a giant ball behind them. Oh shit, I'm gonna fall off. Ah, thanks! That was very helpful. Holy shit. The ball helped me. The ball helps. The ball helped. Would you look at that? Is there another ball? No. I didn't even think I didn't get hit by the ball as well. That's crazy. I didn't get hit by it. Wow. Someone's really looking out for me. Imagine when it was normal when people climbing ladders every day to get to the shops. No. I mean, surely it's the thing that made them turn that made them like this. You think they're getting jumped on the bridge every day? Oh, right, you mean? Right, the construction of the city in general. I get what you mean now, sorry. What you mean, like, people are just getting jumped on the way to, like, do errands and stuff? Have you got any more balls up there? What is that? I start a new NPC. I haven't seen that one before. No, that's just the one with the plank. Ah. Please, can you go back to... Why have they got... Is it just me? They've got random holes on them. They've got random holes in weird places. I saw a crow with a giant hole in the middle as well. Is there anybody else here? Hey, Noct, thank you for the follow as well, Dammy. Sorry. Yeah, I don't have any sounds coming from TikTok. It's so strange. Maybe I have it muted or something. So I'm missing notifications and stuff. No, it's loud. It's not muted, so I'm not sure. But I'm not hearing anything. Which ladder? You mean the same one that brought me up here? How would I get revenge though? There's another one behind. Can I drop a giant ball on his head? Now that's what I call revenge. Imagine if I could just roll the ball from the bridge onto the pig. Pork. Oh shoot, there's two of them. Bro, I keep losing my loot though because it keeps falling through the ground. It keeps falling through the ground. What? I don't know. I don't know. I think the window for parry is quite big though. In this game. If it's an NPC you've fought before, I think it's pretty easy to gauge. Hi Justin, yes we are. Yeah, yeah. Bro, where's the... Did I see a... Did you mention a ladder? Did I see it? I'm not sure. Bro, everything just looks the same, man. I did see it, but I don't remember where I saw it. That's the thing. Oh, there. Right, sorry. Damn, that's a long way down. The only thing I don't like about the game is how dark it is. Is it playing? Is the pig playing? Thank you for the follow, MJ. Looks like it's like running around in mod or something. Or it sounds like it. Oh, I could use it. I don't like it. I don't like the dark vibes. Like Dark Souls was nice. Like it wasn't like completely dark. It had like some like really colorful scenes as well, like bosses as well. This one's just all dark. What is it even doing? Sounds like it's playing, but doesn't look like the type to play. That's the thing. No, it's just stomping. Piggy rectal exam. Okay. Say less. I only have one shot at this. Is anything gonna jump me from the side though? Did you see how it lit up as soon as I got closer? Did you see how bright the backside got? That was so funny. It lit up. Hi, Chumma, how's it going? You didn't do the repost. I saw him fall, but I wasn't sure what I had to do there. I think I just did another charge attack. Wait, does it respawn? Does it respawn? They wanted you to see it clearly. Yeah, clearly. Right. I wasn't sure what happened, so I just kept going because I thought he wasn't dead. So I just did another charge attack. Thank you. I don't know what that means. Does it respawn? It does. Okay, so we need to do it properly then. We need to do it properly. I mean, I'm gonna die soon. I hope I don't, but, you know, it's me at the end of the day. So we'll come back and do it again. Assuming I don't get killed on the bridge before it happens. That's the way. Okay. What's this yet end? Oh, there's a door there. Yeah, I wasn't sure where that led. I was like, wait, is there anything there? Oh no, it's okay, Choma. Honestly, it's fine. What did you play? Did I end up following you here? Oh, not yet. Oh, I did. Okay. What did you play? Or what were you playing? Oh wait, that's the same ladder that brought me up here though. Ah, right. There was nothing else down there. Got it. So I could just go back and then come back. No? I could go back to the lamp and come back here. So what else is down here then? Aside from the pig. Oh, there's another pass down there, right? But that's just back into the sewers. What else is there? I don't know, I feel kind of like stuck in this game. Like nothing appears to be like the next point of progress to me. Thank you for the likes, Max. We need to get the piggy properly, so. But the pig section didn't go anywhere. There's another boss across the bridge. Across the bridge. Oh right, that game. The music in that game was quite good though. I've seen like a couple of clips when it first came out. The music is nice. And it's like a Souls-like as well, isn't it?
Welcome home. What is it you... Very well. Let the echoes become... Let me stand.
Oh, the next bit you need to go. Okay. Okay. Hopefully I don't die to the fireball this time. Fingers crossed. Yo, how is it already midnight? How is it already midnight? I've been live for 6 hours? What? No way. That's crazy. Oh, you drop bullets? Wow, look at you. Right. Exactly, like I didn't even realize I'd been going that long. That is insane. And I barely slept as well because I was up so early. Barely slept. I'm going the wrong way. Right, exactly. I was saying that how dark this game was, that I wasn't a fan of it, but it's still enjoyable. I feel like at this point, like I don't really put too much emphasis on like the look of the game anymore. I used to. Like if it wasn't like a pretty game, I wouldn't touch it. Now that I'm realizing like a lot of these older games are actually way more enjoyable than newer ones. That's out the window now. Yeah, we played Liza P earlier this year. Well, the DLC at least. Yeah. Damn! How rude. Yeah, it doesn't walk on the stairs, you know. Why did that make me feel like such a sniper? What the hell? Piss off. Yeah, it doesn't walk on the steps. The parry. Well, it does, but it's kind of glitchy, so it's not guaranteed, basically. Did you just drop one blood vial? What a joke. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I've been live for so long, I didn't even realize. This is short. Is it? Are you saying it's not a long game then? I mean, with so many exits in the game, I assumed it would be like a really long game. I actually assumed it would be a really long game. Come on, throw the fireball. When does the fireball come then? No way. No way. It didn't work? They're still alive? How did he kill them the other time and this time not a single one of them died? How come none of them even took any damage then? It depends where they're standing. That makes no sense. It's always when I'm trying that it never goes right. Like when I'm not even thinking about it. I get a single, like... It's roughly the same length as Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is not a short game, no? Is it? Dark Souls 3 isn't short. Can completely miss them. It literally went over them though, that's the thing. It literally went over them. The game just decided it doesn't want to count that one. The filing corpse every day. I mean, I need the blood vial, so I need to get them. I could run past the ones on the bridge for sure. Well, I was able to kill them before with the fireball, so I thought it was just, you know, as easy as just setting them up for death. Yeah, but sometimes it's not guaranteed though. It's kind of risky, but I get what you mean. But sometimes I can't guarantee that I get the hit. I did it. Yeah. Like a bowling ball. Yeah. I think I'm the main target for the ball, that's the thing. So it's kind of chasing me down rather than them. Yeah. Cheap. I know when I do successfully. Are you okay? I missed the game. Oh my god. Has it reset? I touched his bum. No, I did no such thing. What do you mean? As soon as I see it light up, I think I should just wait. Who wrote this script? From old men talking about playing with dolls to fisting pigs. Like, who wrote this? I did, Crimson. I did. Who was responsible for this? Oh my god. They're making me do horrible things in this game. Horrible. I mean, I knew that was what would happen, but I wasn't entirely sure how intense it was going to be. Like, she was really, really full on in that. Come back here later. For what? I mean, did you not say this is the next progress point though? But I don't know where to go. You mean the one that brought me down here? Oh wait, this is a different ladder though. This is different. I thought it was... Right? This is different. Is it different or is it the same? Bro, I don't even know, man. I'm kind of confused. I don't know. It's the same one. Oh, right. Sorry. It all looks the same. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. It all looks the same. What is the eyeball, though? What is the eyeball underneath the echo? Kokikskon? No. No. Is that the kid's father, no? Insight. Oh, right. So do I lose it when I die as well? If I lose the echo, I lose insight. Oops, sorry. No, okay. In the dream. Oh, right, in the home thing. Is this the right way or the other side? Good luck. Oh, right, okay. I mean, I was here before, no? And there was... Oh, right, I didn't go up there. I only killed these two. Right. I didn't go up there. And I'm running out of bullets as well, so... You all are making me scared now. That's the kid's father, isn't it? Is that who I'm fighting next? Oh. He's really out on a hunt. Can I get your glam when you die?
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Me? Damn, you know that bread stinks. Jesus Christ. Oh wow, he's dressed like me. Woo! Damn, his movement is so confusing. Can I not do the pistol thing with him? Okay. Like I've been trying to do that this entire time. Oh shoot, I didn't lock on to him.
What's that smell?
Oh shoot, are you joking?
Oh, it seems to me it's enough to make a man sick.
His is a bit more tight, like the window. I'm gonna run out of a blood vial. Shit. I knew I was gonna run out. It was either that or I would have run out, honestly. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't expect him to transform at all. And also, his window is very, very tight though. Very tight. I haven't been counting Jords. I should have, but I wasn't. Very, very tight. I do need bullets though. I do. I didn't even think about that. I could have run out of bullets as well. Could have easily run out of bullets. The musical box. Oh, that's the funny thing. I actually equipped it as well, but I didn't even think about it. Yeah, good shout. I figured that would have an effect on him because the kid sent me out to go get him. Save it till phase 3. Okay. Oh, nice. Wine tasting. Enjoy. Oh my gosh. Let me do... I'm just gonna go now. He's weak to fire. I don't... Oh, I could use the Molotov cocktail, I guess. I think I've only got like 2 left though. Dude, I need my HP. Please don't hit me. Yeah. There's so many things in that room. Do I want to... Oh, I think I'm going to avoid these ones. Because I need those bullets. I've already maxed out my blood vial, so I should be good. Oh shoot. Can it come in here? No, no. I didn't think about that actually. It could have easily just caught up to me if I wasn't paying attention. And I have to deal with these lots every time. That's not even fair though. I have to deal with these guys every time. Right? Did you see when I loaded in? I was literally looking at the wrong. I was like, wait, what is that? Like I couldn't make out what I was looking at. Oh god. But the fireball though. Oh no, 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 no. The fireball is gonna finish me off now. It's on site. Wow. Did he just block? I think he is. Oh shit. Did that work? Ah, flip. Did it work? I wasn't sure because there was a massive gap between me playing it and him like holding his head. Do you get what I mean? There was a massive window in between where he was still jumping me. I wasn't sure if it was working or not. Like I did want him to get and then I did a bunch of heavy attacks I didn't even land on him as well. I need more bullets. Yeah, that was pretty close. Money well spent. Wait, what? What money? That's why he stood still holding. Yeah, I wasn't sure though. Because because there was a big window in between. Like he wasn't like full on doing it right after I did the music box. Like while I was doing the music box, he was still attacking me. So I wasn't sure if it worked or not. Actually, I could literally go through the house and go through the other side. I think. Bro, where am I? Where am I? That. I mean, I only used it once. I only used it once. I should start sending this back as well. True. It kind of got in the way, but I just wanted to see what it would do. Oh god, I hope these ones don't kill me. I think I killed all of them because I was getting And also, we're both the same height. That's not helping. Because I can barely see him. Shit. Come on! Come on! He's gonna kill me. Oh! I keep rolling into the headstones this time around. Oh my god, this is the worst place to fight. How did I end up here? Come on, come on. I mean, you can't even hear the song though. You can barely hear the song because it's so noisy in there. Thank you. Sheesh. No message, nothing? What do I tell his kids? When I first killed him, I quit and started a new character because I felt it got by barely. What do you mean? You mean like your character didn't have the right stats? Thank you. Is there nothing in here then? Strange. Or maybe I'm over leveled, I don't know. But I think this new weapon is helping though for sure. That's the way I came in, I think. Yeah. So there's a set of stairs there. Sorry, I'm really struggling to like navigate this this game. What special item? Was there something down there? You mean up these stairs? It is like, do people play it a different way? Yeah, I just was really unlucky this time around because I ended up in the gravestone, on the headstones. There was too many of them. I kept rolling into them, and then when I was healing, I just kept dying to or getting swung at every time. Go back. Sorry. Oh right, that's a. He killed the mom. Did he kill her? Did he kill her? I mean, she doesn't look like she's been butchered, right? He killed her. Oh man. Oh, I can use it? I'm trying to read the description. How do you read it again? Square. A woman's bright red brooch engraved with the name Viola. Perhaps the jewel is a gift from her hunter. Used to change into a droplet blood gem that fortifies any weapon. with a proper workshop tool. That's a bit weird, isn't it? That's what I mean. Like, why would it make it fortify a weapon? Like, that's very weird. It will crush it. Do it in New Game Plus. Why don't I just give it to the kid though? Hello? Why am I using it? Why don't I just give it to the kid? What's the easiest way to get to the kid, by the way? Central? Yeah, I think it makes sense to give it to the child, because that's a bit weird. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna give it to the girl. Yeah. Take the pig sewers, right? Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is that the right way? Yeah. Are they holding hands? Oh, I thought they were holding hands. I was like, what? Is this a love story in the making? Cute. I mean, they're staring at some. Oh, shoot. Did I kill them? I didn't. That's fine. They keep. Are they gonna follow me down? Thank you for the follow, Adam. Just making sure they're not following. Now let's do this proper. Why am I down here? Oh, to the little girl, right? Sorry, I thought we were down here to kill the pig again. No, just blood vial. Well, except there's something else. Oh shit. Bro, I almost fell. I almost walked off. Every Souls game, even when you try to do the right thing, NPCs, yeah, everyone dies, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay, okay. Oop. Oh, right, you wanted me to kill the pig for the new item, but it doesn't have it yet. Okay, 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 okay. Wait, what? Oh, right, right. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Modment, the other way. The other modment. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, no. Up and up. Yep. It's all connecting now. I've got 7,000 on me as well. Crows. Cold man. Are they coming? Because I don't trust them birds. Oh, right. I should have done the back attack. I don't know what I was doing. No idea. Maybe this one has a new dialogue as well. Let's check.
Wretched outsider trying to fool heavens.
Hello, Miss Hunter. still can't find my mum.
Umbilical cords.
Miss Hunter, was it really her? Mummy, Mummy, don't leave me alone.
I wish the music box went a bit longer. Or I wish he had a reaction or she had a reaction to it. Do you want it back? I feel weird keeping it as well. Damn, that's sad. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping she would have a reaction to it, but she doesn't. Bro, TikTok and your inactivity, man. Like, there are people chatting. What else do you want from me? Oh, Christ. Keeps threatening to shut down the live, you know? I like to keep it and not tell the kid about her mom. That's fair. But she needs closure, you know? She needs to move on with her life, whatever that looks like, you know? Whatever that looks like. I think that's the worst way to live, just sitting around and hoping, you know? F this guy. I'm not fighting you. I'm going back to Central. I know I'm taking the long way around, but I'm going back to Central. Yeah, definitely the long way. Oh shoot, wrong way. Stop looking at me, you crazy dog. Found some weapons or bullets on the way there. Oh wait, I already killed them, never mind. I hardly ever make it back in one piece without not in a body bag, right? I'm quite surprised I made it back in one piece. Let's go level first. Are they chasing? I think it's fine. Let's talk. Oh, no worries, anime. Take care of yourselves. Telling her makes it worse. How? In what way?
Bridge to the cathedral ward. Not a place you'd normally choose to visit, but not much of a choice.
How does it make it worse for her? You mean story-wise or game-wise? Really? It does? In the game, it makes it worse, not for the girl. Like, okay. I guess if it's after you visit the cathedral. It's okay. I like that you're trying to cover every ground. It's okay. I appreciate it though. I get really stressed out with these games, so getting the help helps. That bloody... Does the church bell mean something? Yeah, TikTok is probably telling me a bit too much.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it? Very well. Let the echoes become yours. Let me...
Girl, you talk too much. Just give me levels, man. Just saying the same thing over and over again. A beast haunt? What does that mean?
Farewell,
I don't
good
care.
hunter.
She doesn't excite me like the others do. Do you get what I mean? Like a lot of the times, like these NPCs, like I'm so excited to talk to them. She doesn't have new dialogue ever.
Welcome home. What
I've
is
been
it?
here a couple of. I mean, to be fair, I haven't progressed that much. Yeah, she's just saying the same thing over and over again.
Farewell, good hunter.
She's not saying much. Can I do anything? No. The big sound is why your character came to. Ah, right. So I'm actually going to work. 2,000 though, and I can't level? 2,000, that's a lot, isn't it? And I can't level as well. How much do I need for the next one? Maybe I can go farm a bit and come back.
Welcome home. What is it? Very well. Let me.
Require 2,008, so 500.
Farewell, good hunter.
Let's go kill a couple of things. There's no way to know about the pig. Oh, right, right. Except you accidentally kill it after. Oh, you need the next level of Bloodstone to continue to upgrade the weapon. Ah, I see. Oh, come on. What a waste. I could, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight though. Let me just get the next level. And then, I'll be back later today. I'll try and start a bit early as well. Why? I was hoping to level to the next level. And then go back to the dream world or whatever it is. Because I need 2008 for the next level. This is not my first Souls now. Yeah. Okay. Bro. You still hit me. One more. Just skill. Damn. This is how I know you don't like me. On my first playthrough, I try to level at least. Like if I play it again and then I might just skip. Don't you dare drop my stuff. I might just skip it altogether. There's oh crap, it's not enough. It's never enough. Let me go up the stairs in there. Bro, it's literally right in front of you. Come on. I hate when that happens. I think that should be enough. Hopefully. Yeah. Cold blood. Yep, I do. Oh, to get echoes. Right. I've got 5. And how much echoes do I get from this? How many? I've got rank 1, rank 2, rank 3. Oh. But it doesn't say what each one is worth though. I'm not sure how much each one's worth. That grandma is pissing me off downstairs. Wait, what grandma? What grandma? You mean the one in the wheelchair? Nice. GG's. Why is she pissing you off? Yo, I thought she was friendly because she was in a wheelchair, so I was just like, oh. I was trying to have a conversation with her and then she just literally
Welcome home, good hunter.
She blew my head off.
Drifted off.
Well, kind of.
What is it you desire?
I thought she was gonna say something different actually.
Well. Let me stand close.
Really? It's not a woman?
Now shut your eye.
I thought it was a woman. It's like an old woman. A very fragile old woman. That was why I was trying to have a conversation first, you know? I give her benefit of the doubt. Okay, that's it.
Farewell, good hunter.
Okay, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. It's already 1 a.m. and I've been going for 7 hours, which is rare. I usually don't do long streams like this anymore. Well, I haven't done one in a while, but thank you so much. Yeah, this is my first playthrough of the game. I think we've made a lot of progress today, though. I would say. I think that's a lot. I think the character creation took a long time, though. I think it took about. I've been here for 7 hours, so I need to call it. Thank you, Derilium? Sorry. Thank you, I appreciate it. I hope I catch you later tonight. We'll be playing this again. Try and make some more progress. I've been holding out on playing this game for about, I don't know, 3 years now. I was meant to play before Dark Souls, I think, and I played the entirety of Dark Souls before I got to it. But anyway, thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good night. If you need questions, ask. I'm speedrunning. Nice. Yeah, if you're here and I throw out questions, feel free to answer. The VOD should be on YouTube if you want to catch up on the VOD. That's the link to the VOD there. But yeah, it will be on YouTube if you want to see it. I can't post the link on TikTok, sadly, but yeah, it should be on YouTube. Thank you all so much again. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day. Good night. Bye. Good night.